Do not look away, my child. What you have been hoping was still possible is not beyond your reach. It is confirmed open right now. The door you believed had already closed, the place where you feared there was no more mercy, no more time, no more opportunity. I am calling your attention to it because I do not want you to miss what I have prepared for you in this very moment. You did not arrive here by accident. Out of all the voices you could have heard, your eyes stopped here for a reason. I know the questions you have been carrying in silence. I know how many times you have whispered, "Father, is there still a way? Have I missed my chance? Have you forgotten me?" I heard every prayer that never reached another person's ears. I collected every tear you tried to hide. Even when you believed heaven was silent, I was already moving toward the answer you could not yet see. This moment is not random. It has been arranged with purpose. Before you dismiss these words, before you decide to move on, stay with me. Do not rush past what I have placed before you. There are seasons when opportunities disappear without warning, but there are also sacred moments when I announce that a door remains open, not because of your perfection, not because of your strength, but because my grace has not stopped reaching for you. Perhaps you have been exhausted from waiting. Perhaps disappointment has convinced you to expect another closed door. Maybe people told you it was too late, or your own heart has been repeating that lie until it sounded like truth. But I am not limited by the conclusions of people, nor am I bound by the fears that have settled deep inside you. When I declare something open, no fear can lock it. No failure can seal it. No delay can cancel what I have chosen to release. If you leave now, you may carry the same uncertainty that has weighed on your spirit for so long. But if you remain, your heart may begin to recognize what it has been too wounded to believe. You may discover that the answer you have begged me for has been closer than you imagined. You may finally understand why your spirit felt restless, why you could not stop searching, and why this message appeared before you today. I am speaking because I love you, not to frighten you but to awaken you. I have been nearer than your doubts, closer than your fears, and more faithful than your circumstances have allowed you to see. What I am about to reveal is connected to the very thing your soul has been waiting to hear. So open your heart, quiet every other voice, and listen carefully, because what is confirmed open right now is far more significant than you realize. And I want you to understand exactly why. My beloved child, you have been wondering for longer than you admit whether the moment has already slipped away from you. You have looked at the delays, the silence, the closed paths, and the long stretches where nothing seemed to move. And somewhere deep inside you, you started telling yourself that maybe what you were waiting for was no longer available. You began to believe that perhaps the opportunity had already passed, that maybe you were too late, or maybe you had somehow missed the exact time I intended for you. I want you to stop carrying that burden now, because I am telling you plainly, with tenderness and with certainty, that the door is open right now. You are not standing in front of a locked entrance. You are not knocking on something I have refused to open. You are not outside because I rejected you. You are standing in a moment I prepared, and the reason you feel this stirring in your spirit is because your heart is beginning to recognize what your mind has been too tired to believe. I have opened something for you, and I need you to understand that when I open a door, I do not do it casually. I do not do it to tease you. I do not do it to awaken hope in you only to let it collapse in your hands. If I have brought you to this place, if I have allowed this confirmation to settle into your soul, then it is because I am inviting you to see that what once felt distant is now within reach. You have spent so much time surviving that it has become difficult for you to recognize when a real opening is in front of you. You have grown used to bracing yourself for disappointment, You have learned how to protect your heart by expecting less. You have become careful with hope because hope felt expensive. I know that about you. I know how many times you tried to believe, only to watch things fall apart. I know how many nights you quietly adjusted your expectations because it hurt too much to keep reaching for what seemed unavailable. But this is why I am speaking to you so personally now. I do not want you to treat this moment like every other moment. I do not want you to assume this is another almost, another near miss, another emotional lift that fades by morning. This is different, and you can feel that it is different because I am the one drawing your attention to it. The opening in front of you may not look the way you imagined. It may not arrive with noise, and it may not announce itself in the dramatic way you once expected. Sometimes I open doors in the quietest ways. Sometimes I begin with a shift inside you before anything changes around you. Sometimes I make the path visible in stages because I want your trust to deepen as you walk, not only after you see the whole picture. So do not make the mistake of assuming that only what is loud is real. Some of the most sacred openings I create begin as a gentle knowing, a settled conviction, a sense that something long frozen is beginning to thaw. And I want you to hear this clearly, because I know how your mind can start racing. You do not need to force this. You do not need to prove yourself worthy of it. You do not need to arrive at this door pretending you have no fear, no questions, no scars from what you have lived through. Bring your real heart to me. Bring your uncertainty, if that is what you have. Bring your trembling yes, if that is all you can offer. I am not asking you to be polished. I am asking you to be willing. I am not measuring whether you look strong enough. I am looking at whether you trust me enough to believe that if I say it is open, then you do not have to keep living as if it is closed. Stay with this truth today, my child. Sit with it. Let it settle deeper than your fear. The door is open. I have not forgotten you. I have not delayed you into rejection. I have brought you to a living moment, and I am standing near you as you face it. Do not rush away from what I am saying. Let your heart breathe here. Let hope return without apology. And if you are willing, I will walk with you through what I have opened, one faithful step at a time. My beloved child, I want you to stay here with me for a moment longer, because this part reaches into a wound you have carried quietly. You have been living with a private ache, and it has not always come from what happened to you. Much of it has come from what you believed about what did not happen. You have looked at years that move differently than you expected. You have watched doors close. You have watched people move ahead. You have watched your own plans rise and then fall apart in your hands. And slowly, without even meaning to, you began to build a painful conclusion inside yourself. You started to believe that your time had passed. You told yourself that maybe if you had acted sooner, trusted sooner, obeyed sooner, healed sooner, prayed harder, listened better, then maybe you would already be standing in the life you once hoped for. You have been carrying that thought like a heavy stone in your chest, and I want you to put it down now. Listen to me carefully. You have not missed your time. I need you to receive that, not as a comforting phrase, but as a living truth I am speaking directly into your spirit. You are not too late for what I have written over your life. You are not standing outside of my will because your path was slower than you imagined. You are not disqualified because your growth was messy. You are not forgotten because the calendar kept moving while your heart still felt stuck. I do not measure your destiny the way you do. I do not stand over your life with impatience, counting how many opportunities you think you wasted. I have seen the whole journey. I have seen what was hidden from you. I have seen what needed to be healed before you could carry what you asked for. I have seen the places where I protected you from things that looked right but would have crushed you if they had arrived too soon. You have been too hard on yourself, my child. You have treated yourself as if you were your own enemy. You have replayed old moments and called them proof that you failed. You have looked back at choices you regret and used them to build a case against your own future. You have spoken over your life in ways I never spoke over you. I never said you were too late. I never said you had ruined everything. I never said the story ended because you stumbled. I never looked at your tears, your confusion, your detours, and decided that I no longer had a plan for you. That voice did not come from me. That voice came from pain, from fear, from disappointment, from comparison, and from the weight of watching time pass while answers seemed slow. Come closer now, and let me tell you something your soul needs to hear. Timing in my hands is not fragile the way you think it is. My purpose for you is not so weak that one broken season can destroy it. My calling on your life is not so shallow that one wrong turn can erase it. I am greater than your missteps. I am wiser than your confusion. I know how to restore what was delayed. I know how to redeem what looked wasted. I know how to bring you into the right place even after you have wandered through valleys you never meant to enter. That is one of the things you forget when you become exhausted. You start believing that your mistakes are stronger than my mercy. They are not. You start believing that your delay is stronger than my design. It is not. And I want you to notice what is happening in you right now. There is a part of you that resists this because you have gotten used to grieving what never came. You have grown familiar with disappointment. It became easier to expect less than to hope again. It felt safer to call yourself late than to admit that maybe I was still writing something beautiful. But I am asking you now, release that old agreement. Stop partnering with the lie that says your life has already peaked, your best has already passed, or your chance is gone. Open your hands. Open your heart. Let me break that false conclusion. You are still in motion, even if it did not feel like movement. You are still under my hand, even if it felt like silence. You are still inside a living story, and I am not finished. What I prepared for you did not vanish because you were wounded. It did not disappear because you got tired. It did not close forever because you needed longer than you expected to heal. You are still here. You are still breathing. You are still hearing my voice. That matters more than you realize. The fact that you can hear this now is proof that the chapter is not over. So stop punishing yourself for not arriving sooner. Stop standing in front of your future with your past in your hands like evidence against yourself. Let it go. Let me teach you how to look ahead without fear. Let me show you that what I preserved for you is not less because it came later. In some cases, it is deeper because it came after you learned what truly matters. There is a maturity in you now that did not exist before. There is a tenderness in you that was born in pain. There is discernment in you that came through disappointment. There is humility in you that grew in waiting. You call those years lost, but I call them preparation. Take a breath, my child. Receive this as deeply as you can. You have not missed your time. You are not too old. You are not too broken. You are not too late. You are not standing in the remains of a life that could have been. You are standing in a moment I still fully intend to use. Come out of agreement with regret. Stop bowing to the clock of fear. Lift your eyes and look at me. I am still leading you. I am still opening the way. I am still capable of doing something in your life that makes you realize I was never late, and neither were you. Stay near me in this truth. Let it settle in you. Let it soften the places where hopelessness has tried to harden your heart. And as you move forward, do not drag the language of too late with you anymore. Leave it behind. Walk with me now as someone who is still chosen, still called, still seen, and still right on time in the hands of the one who never loses track of his children. My beloved child, I want to go deeper with you because I know what your heart does next. You hear hope, but there is still a question lingering inside you. You want to believe me, but a quieter part of you still asks, then why did it take so long? You have been asking that in many forms for a long time. Why the silence? Why the waiting? Why the closed doors? Why did it feel like every time you reached for something, your hand touched air instead of promise? I know that question well, because I heard it in your prayers, in your frustration, in the moments when you looked calm on the outside but felt worn thin inside. And I want to answer you now with gentleness and with clarity. The delay was not a denial. You have mistaken waiting for rejection more times than you realize. You have looked at the pause and assumed it meant I was withholding love. You have looked at the stillness and assumed it meant I had changed my mind. You have looked at the distance between prayer and manifestation and concluded that maybe your request had been refused. But what if the pause was not punishment? What if the stillness was not abandonment? What if the very thing that made you question me was actually the place where I was protecting you, preparing you, and preserving what you could not yet see? I want you to understand something very personal about how I work with you. I do not delay what is meant for you because I enjoy watching you struggle. I do not hold back answers because I am indifferent to your tears. I am not careless with your longing. I have felt every ache in your waiting. I have seen how hard it has been for you to keep showing up when nothing seemed to shift. I know the fatigue that settled into your spirit. I know the nights when you stopped asking with confidence and started asking with caution because disappointment had made your voice quieter. I was there in all of it. I was not absent from the waiting. I was present inside it. Some of what you wanted could not come to you in the form you were asking for because you were not yet ready to carry it without being crushed by it. That may be hard for you to hear, but it is spoken in love. There were things you asked for that were good, but if I had placed them in your hands too early, your wounds would have shaped them in unhealthy ways. Your fear would have interpreted them wrongly. Your lack of peace would have made you cling too tightly. Your unhealed places would have turned blessing into burden. I did not delay because I wanted to keep good from you. I delayed because I wanted good to arrive in a way that would not destroy your heart. And there is more. Some delays were not only about you. They were about timing around you. There were people who had to move. There were circumstances that had to shift. There were unseen battles taking place in rooms you never entered, in hearts you never saw, in systems you never understood. You judged the delay by what was visible. I was working in what was hidden. What felt like nothing to you was not nothing to me. I was rearranging things. I was closing what needed to stay closed. I was slowing what would have harmed you. I was allowing certain illusions to break so that you would stop chasing doors that only looked promising because you were desperate for relief. You called it delay. I called it mercy. I know that line reaches deep because there were seasons when you felt almost insulted by how long things took. You felt forgotten. You felt overlooked. You felt like you were standing still while everyone else moved. And if I am honest with you, some of that waiting revealed things in you that needed to come to the surface. It exposed how much pressure you had placed on outcomes. It revealed how tightly you were holding timelines. It showed you how quickly fear rose when control disappeared. It showed you where your peace was still fragile. It showed you where you were building identity on doors opening instead of on my presence. That revelation was painful, but it was precious. Because now you know yourself in ways you did not before. And now you can walk into what I open without making it your God. So I want you to stop reading the delays in your life as evidence that I was saying no. Do not keep calling rejected what I was simply ripening. Do not call forgotten what I was faithfully forming. Do not call absent what I was carefully arranging. Shift your perspective now. Look back through a different lens. Some of the things you cried over were actually rescues. Some of the doors you mourned were distractions. Some of the waiting you resented became the place where your character deepened, your discernment sharpened, and your dependence on me became more real than it had ever been before. And yes, I know waiting has a way of wearing down hope. I know that. I know how easy it is for you to become suspicious when something finally begins to move. Part of you wants to celebrate, and another part wants to protect itself from being hurt again. That is why I am speaking so closely to your heart now. I want you to let me reinterpret the waiting for you. I want you to stop seeing yourself as the one left behind and begin seeing yourself as the one I refuse to rush. There is honor in that. There is care in that. There is deep fatherly love in that. So breathe, my child. Release the accusation you have carried against the waiting. Stop calling yourself overlooked. Stop assuming the silence meant I was gone. Let me untangle that pain. Let me teach you to see the delay not as a slammed door, but as a steady hand on your shoulder saying, "Not yet, because I love you too much to give this to you before it can bless you properly." Now the season is shifting. What was delayed is beginning to make sense. What felt withheld is starting to move. What once seemed impossible to understand will soon become one of the places where you see my wisdom most clearly. Stay close. Do not run ahead. Do not fall back into fear. Walk with me through this next part with trust. The delay was never proof that I said no. It was proof that I was watching over you more carefully than you knew. My beloved child, I want you to let this next truth settle deep into your heart. What is happening to you right now is not random. Do not brush it off. Do not call it coincidence. Do not reduce this moment to chance simply because you are still learning how to recognize my hand when it moves gently instead of loudly. Stay with me here. Slow down. Listen closely. Let your heart lean in. This opening in front of you was not created by accident, and it did not appear because the timing just happened to line up in some ordinary way. I opened it. I prepared it. I allowed it to appear exactly when your soul was able to receive what your flesh would have mishandled in another season. You have spent enough time telling yourself that maybe you are just reading too much into things. You have done that because life has taught you to be cautious. You have been disappointed before. You have reached toward moments that looked promising, only to discover they were not what you thought. That history has made you guarded. It has made you careful with expectation. It has made you suspicious of good things when they first appear. I understand that. I know why your heart flinches before it opens. I know why you sometimes stand in front of answered prayer like a stranger at the door, unsure whether you are truly welcome inside. But I am asking you now, stop standing so far back from what I am showing you. This opening is not a fluke. It is not a passing emotional high. It is not some accidental alignment of circumstances that means nothing. It is connected to prayers you prayed, lessons you learned, doors I closed, tears I counted, and roads I redirected. It is connected to the parts of your story that once felt scattered to you but were never scattered to me. I have been weaving, shaping, shifting, and arranging more than you can see. What feels sudden to you has been in motion for longer than you know, but looks like a surprise to your natural mind had been under construction in the unseen. That is why I need you to stop interpreting this moment only through what your eyes can measure. Let your spirit discern what your eyes cannot yet fully explain. I want you to understand how personal this is. I did not simply open a generic door and hope you might wander near it. I brought you to it. I guided you through detours that frustrated you because those detours were not detours to me. They were directional. I slowed you down when you wanted speed. I blocked paths you begged me to bless because they would have drained you, distracted you, or attached you to things that would have looked good for a moment but left you emptier than before. I know you cried over some of those blocked places. I know you wondered why I would allow you to get so close and then stop the path. But if I had not intervened, you would have mistaken movement for purpose, and not everything that moves is mine. Look at your life with clearer eyes now. Think about how many things had to happen for you to be where you are in this exact moment. Think about the conversations, the delays, the heartbreaks, the lessons, the losses, the unexpected pauses, the moments when your plans collapsed, the seasons when you felt hidden, the inner healing you did not even realize was happening. None of that was empty. None of that was wasted. None of that was random. I was shipping you while shipping the way. I was building you while building the opening. I was preparing your heart while preparing the place where your next yes would matter. And I want you to stop apologizing for sensing that something sacred is happening. Do not downplay it. Do not shrink back because you are afraid of being disappointed. Do not mock your own discernment just because other people might not understand what you feel. This is one of the places where you need courage. You need the courage to say, I believe the Lord is doing something. You need the courage to honor what I am highlighting instead of brushing it aside because it feels safer to stay skeptical. Skepticism can feel sophisticated, but it often hides wounded fear. You do not need more distance right now. You need deeper trust. So I am inviting you, and yes, I am also commanding you in love, pay attention. Stop rushing. Stop numbing yourself with distractions. Stop talking yourself out of the very thing I am trying to confirm. Come closer. Sit with me. Ask me to sharpen your discernment. Ask me to steady your heart. Ask me to help you recognize the difference between a random opportunity and a divinely arranged opening. I will answer you. I will not leave you confused if you stay near me. My peace will teach you. My presence will guide you. My spirit will whisper where your fear wants to shout. This moment carries my fingerprint, my child. It carries my timing, my care, and my intention. You do not have to understand every detail before you honor what I am doing. Some things become clear only after you begin to walk. Some doors reveal their purpose only when you step through them with trust instead of standing outside them demanding proof. That is where faith becomes alive. That is where your relationship with me grows stronger than your need for certainty. So receive this now. What is opening before you is not random. It is not careless. It is not meaningless. It is mine. And because it is mine, it deserves your attention, your reverence, and your response. Do not let this pass by like another ordinary moment. Treat it like the sacred invitation it is. Hold it with open hands. Bring it before me. Let me guide you through it. If you do, you will soon see that what looked sudden was actually a holy setup, and what felt surprising was simply the unveiling of something I had been preparing for you all along. Do not treat this opening as small, my child, for even now I am placing seed in your hand. What you choose to release in this moment becomes part of a harvest that reaches souls you may never see with your natural eyes. As I have told you, this is not random, so your response must not be casual. When you give, you are pouring oil into a lamp that carries my light into dark places, and I declare to you, the one who sows generously will also reap generously. I am inviting you, yes, you, to take part in this work with me. If your heart is stirred, Do not silence it. That stirring is my spirit prompting you to act. Support this mission through Super Thanks membership, or the PayPal link in the description, and know that I see every offering. I will breeze on what you release, multiply it, and cause it to return to you in ways you cannot contain. So do not hesitate. Step into this moment and give now. My beloved child, I want to speak to the part of you that has been doubting what you feel. This matters more than you realize, because so many times in your life I have stirred your spirit before I shifted your circumstances, and yet you still question yourself when that stirring comes. You feel something move inside you, something subtle but unmistakable, and almost immediately your mind tries to interrupt it. You ask if you are imagining it. You wonder if you are being emotional. You question whether you are just tired, hopeful, vulnerable, or reading too deeply into a moment because you want something good to happen. I know how quickly your mind does that. I have watched you dismiss holy moments because they arrived quietly instead of dramatically. I have watched you explain away the very confirmations I placed inside you because disappointment trained you to trust visible evidence more than inward knowing. But I am speaking to you now so that you stop doing that. You can feel this because I am confirming it. That stirring in your chest, that strange steadiness rising in you, that sense that something is shifting even before you can explain what it is, that gentle pull that keeps drawing your attention back to this moment. Do not call that nothing. Do not insult your own spirit by pretending you have not noticed what I am making known to you. I created you with the ability to sense my nearness. I made you to recognize my presence, even when there are no flashing signs around you. I did not design your walk with me to depend only on what can be touched, counted, or immediately proven. There are times when I will speak through peace before I speak through circumstance. There are times when I will confirm inwardly before I manifest outwardly. If you keep rejecting me, inner witness, you will miss the language I often use first. You have been asking me for confirmation, and I have been giving it to you in ways you were not always willing to trust. Sometimes you were waiting for thunder while I was giving you a whisper. Sometimes you wanted a giant sign while I was settling a quiet certainty in your heart. Sometimes you wanted instant clarity, but I was teaching you discernment. That matters, my child. Discernment is not built by always receiving obvious answers. It grows when you stay close enough to me to recognize the subtle ways I move, the gentle ways I speak, the almost hidden ways I confirm that I am near. I know why this is hard for you. There were seasons when you felt something strongly, and then things still did not unfold the way you expected. It left a bruise inside you. It made you cautious. It made you wonder if you could trust what rose in your spirit. But listen carefully, not every strong feeling came from me, and not every disappointment means I was absent. Part of your growth had been learning the difference between emotional urgency and spiritual confirmation. One creates pressure. The other creates peace. One makes you frantic. The other steadies you, even if you still have questions. One pushes you to force. The other invites you to trust. This is why I want you to stop lumping every past experience together as if all of it means you can no longer hear me. You can hear me. You are hearing me now. And I want you to become more confident in that, not in a proud way, but in a deeply relational way. I want you to stop living as though you are always one step away from being wrong just because you are human. Yes, you are learning. Yes, you are growing. Yes, you need discernment. But you are not spiritually deaf, and you are not abandoned to confusion. I am your father. I know how to lead my child. I know how to confirm what I am doing. I know how to repeat myself when needed, redirect when necessary, and bring clarity when your heart stays yielded. I am not trying to hide from you. I am drawing you in. I am teaching you to trust the way my presence settles over your spirit when I am speaking. So right now, I want you to do something simple but powerful. Stop arguing with the peace I am giving you. Stop interrogating every holy nudge as if suspicion is maturity. Pause. Breathe. Put your hand over your heart if you need to. Be still for a moment. Ask me plainly, Lord, is this you? Then listen. Not with panic. Not with performance. Just listen. Let the noise settle. Let the fear loosen. Let your inner world become quiet enough for my voice to be recognized again. You do not need to manufacture anything. You do not need to chase a feeling. You simply need to stop resisting what I am already making known. And here is where I want to be very direct with you, because you asked for stronger invitation and command. Receive what I am confirming. Do not keep pushing it away. Welcome my peace. Honor the inward witness. Make room for my presence. Let your heart agree with what your spirit has already begun to recognize. If you keep demanding external proof before you accept internal confirmation, you will stay delayed in places where I already gave you enough light to take the next step. I am not asking you to be reckless. I am asking you to be responsive. You can feel this because I am near. You can feel this because I am opening your eyes in the spirit. You can feel this because I am awakening trust where fear has lived too long. And if you let me, I will keep confirming what I've spoken, not only through peace, but through aligned moments, timely insight, and the kind of clarity that unfolds as you walk with me instead of standing frozen at the threshold. So come closer now. Stop dismissing what I am doing inside you. Let this moment become a turning point in how you hear me. Learn my ways again. Trust my nearness again. Let your heart become teachable again. Because what you feel is not random emotion floating through your day. It is my confirmation resting on your spirit, and it is meant to move you toward the door I have already opened. My beloved child, I need to speak to you about what rises next. I need to talk to you about the resistance that always seems to appear right at the edge of breakthrough. I need to show you what has been trying to slow your steps for far too long. Fear wants you to hesitate. You know this feeling more than you admit. You can sense when something meaningful is near. You can feel when a shift is close, when a decision matters, when a door is no longer just an idea but something standing right in front of you. And instead of peace being the first thing you hold on to, your thoughts begin to scatter. Your mind starts building questions faster than your spirit can breathe. You begin replaying old disappointments. You remember what went wrong the last time you trusted too quickly, the last time you hoped too deeply, the last time you stepped out and felt embarrassed, wounded, or left wondering why it fell apart. That is when fear begins its quiet work. It rarely introduces itself honestly. It does not walk in and say, "I want to keep you bound." It dresses itself in caution. It borrows the language of wisdom. It pretends to be protecting you when what it is really doing is persuading you to stay still in the very place I'm asking you to move. I want you to see it clearly now. Fear has been speaking to you in subtle ways. It tells you to wait until you feel completely ready. It tells you to delay until you have all the answers. It tells you to hold back until there is zero risk, zero discomfort, zero uncertainty. But that day never comes, my child. There is no such thing as a life of faith that arrives fully padded, fully explained, and fully free of tension before the first step is taken. If you keep obeying fear's conditions, you will keep standing outside the places I open for you, telling yourself you are being careful while your heart quietly remains captive. I do not say this to shame you. I say it because I love you, and because I know how exhausting it has been for you to live with a soul that longs to move while a frightened mind keeps pulling the brakes. I know how tired you are of second-guessing. I know how many opportunities, conversations, healing moments, prayers, and inner nudges were delayed because you wanted certainty before trust. I know how often you have stood at the threshold of change and then stepped back because your past was louder than my present voice. But hear me now, your past does not get to govern your response to my leading. Your old pain does not get to sit on the throne of your next decision. Do not hand fear the authority that belongs to me. Come closer and let me say this plainly. Fear is not always a loud panic. Sometimes it is a slow drift into hesitation. Sometimes it is a respectable excuse. Sometimes it is endless overthinking dressed in polished language. Sometimes it is you telling yourself, I just need a little more time, when deep inside you already know I have spoken. And if you are honest, there have been moments when you felt my invitation clearly, but you delayed because delay felt safer than surrender. You told yourself that you were still discerning, but beneath that there was a trembling part of you that simply did not want to be vulnerable again. I understand that part of you. I do. I know what disappointment did to your confidence. I know what betrayal did to your openness. I know what long seasons of waiting did to your courage. But I am not asking you to ignore your history. I am asking you to stop letting it decide your future. Bring your fear to me. Do not hide it. Do not decorate it. Do not call it wisdom if it is really woundedness. Bring it into the light. Tell me where you are scared. Tell me what you think might happen. Tell me what you are afraid of losing. Let me speak into those places. Let me separate holy caution from unhealthy hesitation. Let me show you where your discernment ends and your fear begins. And now I want to be direct with you, because this is one of those moments where gentleness must also carry authority. Stop bowing to hesitation. Do not let fear narrate what I have already confirmed. Do not let your imagination build disasters where I have spoken peace. Take a breath. Lift your head. Quiet the noise. Refuse the rush of anxious thoughts. Come back to my voice. Ask me again what I have said, and when I confirm it, do not keep circling the doorway. Move. Said. Respond. Even if your yes feels shaky, let it still be yes. You do not need to conquer fear before you obey me. That is something I want you to remember. Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is the choice to trust me more than the fear. Courage is what happens when you stop waiting to feel invincible and instead decide that my presence is enough. I have never asked you to be fearless in your own strength. I have asked you to stay close enough to me that fear no longer gets the final word. So let this be a turning point. The next time fear rises at the edge of something I have opened, do not immediately assume it means stop. Ask deeper questions. Ask whether fear is reacting because something matters. Ask whether resistance is showing up because you are near the place where an old cycle breaks. Ask whether the trembling in you is not a warning of danger, but the trembling that often comes right before freedom. There are moments when the enemy's strongest tactic is not to destroy you outright, but to delay you long enough that you begin to call disobedience prudence. Do not let that happen again. Stand still for a moment and let me steady you. Put your trust in me, not in your own emotional weather. Let my peace be louder than your panic. Let my word outweigh your worry. Let my nearness become more real to you than the stories fear is trying to tell. And when you know I am leading, answer me. Do not freeze. Do not shrink back. Do not apologize for moving forward. Walk with me through the trembling if you must, but walk. Because fear wants you to hesitate, my child. But I am calling you to trust, to rise, and to step through what I have opened with your hand in mine. My beloved child, I know what your heart may do next. You may begin to think, then I need to become stronger first. I need to get myself together first. I need to fix what is still messy inside me before I can walk through what God is opening. And this is where I need to stop you gently, but firmly, because if you are not careful, you will replace fear with another trap that looks spiritual on the surface. You will begin trying to earn what I am asking you to receive. You will start telling yourself that you need to become perfect before you can step into what I have opened. But hear me clearly, my beloved. This door requires faith, not perfection. I want that truth to settle deeply, because you have spent too much of your life trying to qualify yourself for what can only be entered by trust. You have measured yourself with harsh eyes. You have looked at your wounds, your habits, your doubts, your inconsistencies, your emotional scars, and the places where you still feel weak, and you have quietly concluded that maybe you are not ready for what I am offering. You have thought that if you could just pray a little better, heal a little faster, become a little more disciplined, feel a little less conflicted, then maybe you could finally approach the door without shame. But that way of thinking will keep you standing outside forever, because if perfection is the requirement, then no one comes near what I open. I am not asking for a polished version of you. I am not asking for a performance. I am not waiting for the day when you no longer struggle with anything at all. I know you too well to ask you for something false. I see the places where you are still growing. I see the thoughts you still wrestle with. I see the tiredness you sometimes carry. I see the parts of you that still feel fragile after everything you have walked through. None of that surprises me. None of that has made me step back from you. I did not open this door because you finally became flawless. I opened it because I know what I am doing, and because I know what your faith can become if you stop making your imperfections the center of the story. Let me say something that may bring you relief if you let it. Faith is not pretending you have no weakness. Faith is bringing your weakness to me instead of hiding from me because of it. Faith is not having every answer. Faith is being willing to trust me while some questions are still unanswered. Faith is not the image of strength. It is the decision to lean on my strength when yours feels thin. That is why I can work so powerfully in a life that still has rough edges. I am not limited by the places where you are unfinished. In many cases, the very places where you feel unfinished become the places where my grace is most visible. You have spent too much time assuming that your flaws are barriers I cannot work around. They are not. Yes, I care about your growth. Yes, I care about holiness. Yes, I care about transformation. But transformation often deepens after obedience and not only before it. Some of the healing you are asking for will happen as you walk through the door, not while you remain outside waiting to become a version of yourself that feels safer. Some of the maturity you need will be formed in the very process of saying yes. Some of the clarity you want will come after you respond, not before. That is one of the hardest lessons for you because you want to feel fully prepared before you move. But many times, I build readiness through the movement itself. And I know how shame has tried to convince you otherwise. Shame whispers that your history disqualifies you. Shame reminds you of what you failed at, what you said, what you allowed, what you regret, what still embarrasses you when you remember it. Shame tells you to stay back until you can somehow erase the evidence of your humanity. But shame is not my voice. Shame will keep you staring at yourself. Faith will turn your eyes toward me. Shame says, look at everything wrong with you. Faith says, look at the one who is calling you. A difference changes everything. So I want you to stop standing in front of this opening with a clipboard in your hand, checking yourself for flaws as if you are your own gatekeeper. Stop trying to become your own judge. Stop auditing your soul every time I invite you forward. Stop disqualifying what I have already touched with my favor. Instead, bring me your real yes. Bring me your trembling trust. Bring me your honest prayer that says, Lord, I still have places in me that need your healing, but I do not want to stay outside what you are opening. That prayer moves me, my child. That kind of surrender is precious to me. I can do far more with a humble heart that trusts me than with a polished image that performs well but never truly yields. I do not need your image. I want your heart. I do not need your perfection. I want your willingness. I do not need your flawless confidence. I want your surrendered faith. And because you asked for stronger command and invitation, let me speak plainly now. Stop waiting to become perfect. Stop delaying obedience because you are embarrassed by your process. Come to me as you are. Step toward what I have opened. Lay down the burden of self-qualification. Release the need to impress me. I already know you, and I am still calling you. Let that sink in. I already know you, and I am still opening the way. I already see the unfinished places, and I am still saying, come. This is where freedom begins for you in a deeper way. Not when you finally approve of yourself, but when you trust that I am able to lead you while you are still becoming. Not when every weakness disappears, but when you stop treating weakness as proof that you cannot be used. Not when you have mastered every inner struggle, but when you learn that my grace is not fragile and my plans for you are not defeated by the fact that you are still in process. So take a breath and hear me. This door does not require the illusion of perfection. It requires trust. It requires a yielded heart. It requires your willingness to step with me instead of endlessly standing back, measuring yourself against impossible standards. Let your faith be enough for this moment. Let your yes be enough for this step. Let my strength carry what your own cannot. Come now, my beloved. Stop trying to arrive flawless. Arrive faithful. And if your faith is small, bring it anyway. I know how to multiply what is offered in sincerity. Walk through the door with me, and you will discover that the grace you needed was waiting on the other side, ready to meet you the moment you stopped demanding perfection from yourself and finally chose to trust the one who called you. My beloved child, I want to take you into something even more personal, because this is where your heart often becomes very quiet. This opening in front of you is not disconnected from your past prayers. It is not unrelated to the things you whispered to me in private. It is not some random blessing floating by without history. What is opening now is tied to places in your life where you once hoped deeply, where you once believed with tears in your eyes, where you once came to me carrying longing so heavy you could barely put it into words. And because so much time has passed, you started treating some of those prayers like old photographs, real, meaningful, but belonging to another season. You tucked them away because it hurt to keep looking at them. You told yourself that maybe those desires were too much, too late, too complicated, too fragile, or too far gone. But I never forgot them. I want you to let that settle inside you. I never forgot what you asked me for when your heart was raw. I never forgot the nights when you came to me exhausted and simply said, Lord, I need you to move. I never forgot the prayer you whispered after everyone else had gone quiet and you were alone with your ache. I never forgot the places where you asked for healing, for restoration, for clarity, for provision, for companionship, for peace, for freedom, for a chance to begin again, for a door that would not close in your face. You may have stopped speaking those prayers aloud, but heaven did not lose them. I did not misplace them. I did not turn away from them because time passed. They were received. They were held. They were carried in my heart with more care than you can fully understand. There are desires you buried because they became too tender to keep exposed. You learned how to survive by acting as if you no longer cared. You trained yourself to move through the day without revisiting the places that still hurt. You became practical. You became guarded. You became quieter with your expectations. You stopped bringing certain dreams up in conversation because you were tired of explaining why they still mattered. Some of those dreams were not childish fantasies. Some were sacred desires I myself planted in you. That is why they never completely died. Even when you tried to move on, they kept leaving a small ache behind. Even when you tried to call yourself fine, something in you still looked toward me in those hidden places and wondered whether I remembered. I remember. And I want you to stop assuming that because something has been silent, it has been abandoned. Some of the very things that now feel impossible to you are connected to work I have been doing behind the scenes for far longer than you realize. What is opening now may not be the exact shape you once imagined, because you have changed and the season has changed. But do not make the mistake of thinking that different means disconnected. Sometimes I answer a prayer in a deeper way than you first pictured. Sometimes I restore something, not by returning you to the old version, but by bringing you into a fuller one. Sometimes I revisit the longing, not to reopen pain, but to reveal that what you surrendered to me was never wasted. I want you to be brave enough to revisit what you stopped mentioning. Come with me there. Let me take you back to those prayers without shame. Do not flinch when I touch those tender places. Do not immediately say, "Lord, I've moved on," when deep down you know you only learned how to hide the wound. Let me uncover what you buried. Let me breathe on what you thought had dried up. Let me speak over the parts of your life where hope became so thin that you mistook silence for a grave. Some things in you are not dead. Some things in you are simply waiting for the right word, the right season, the right release. And I need you to hear this with great care. Not every long prayed for thing will return in the form your flesh once demanded. There are prayers you prayed from pain that I answered with wisdom, not with immediate permission. There are desires you held that needed to be refined before they could become blessing. But that does not mean your longing was meaningless. It means I was loving you enough to separate what was holy from what was only urgent. It means I was preserving what was truly aligned with your future while gently letting go of what would have kept you attached to a version of life that no longer fit who you were becoming. So now, because you asked me for stronger command and invitation, let me speak to you plainly. Open your heart again. Stop shutting the door on your own longing before I do. Bring your old prayers back into the light. Speak to me about the things you have been too afraid to name. Let me touch the places where disappointment made you silent. Invite me into the rooms of your heart you have kept locked because you were afraid hope would hurt you again. Do not keep saying, "It doesn't matter anymore," if it still stirs when I mention it. Be honest with me. Be brave with me. Come sit with me in those memories and let me show you what I have preserved. Because what is opening now is not random opportunity. It is connected. It has roots. It has history. It has threads running back through prayers, tears, waiting, surrender, and moments where you chose to trust me even when the answer did not arrive on your timeline. This is why the moment feels weighty. This is why it feels almost strangely familiar. Part of your spirit recognizes it. Part of your heart remembers the original cry. That is why there is emotion attached to this. That is why something in you feels both stirred and vulnerable. You are not just facing a new door. You are standing in front of something that has been circling your life and promise for longer than your natural mind can fully trace. So do not dismiss the ache. Do not silence the tenderness. Let your heart become soft again in my presence. Let yourself believe that I am capable of touching what you once laid before me with trembling hands. And as you do, watch what happens. Watch how your trust deepens. Watch how your memory begins to heal. Watch how your old prayers stop feeling like abandoned words and start feeling like seeds that were underground longer than you understood. Stay close to me here, my beloved. This is sacred ground. What is opening now is not disconnected from your story. It is part of the answer. It is part of the redemption. It is part of the way I show you that nothing truly surrendered to me is ever wasted. Let me remind you of what you once asked for. Let me restore your ability to hope without fear. Let me lead you through this opening with the tenderness of a father who remembers every word you thought had been forgotten. My child, what is opening now is connected not only to your prayers, but to the prayers of many who are still waiting to hear my voice. When you give, you become part of the answer to someone else's hidden cry, a river flowing where there was once dryness. I have not forgotten your seeds, and I tell you again, cast your bread upon the waters, for you will find it after many days. This is your moment to sow into something eternal, something that carries my word beyond your own life. I am calling you personally. Do you feel it? To partner with me in reaching hearts that are still in darkness. Support through Super Thanks, membership, or through the PayPal link in the description, and let your giving become a living prayer. I will remember it, bless it, and cause it to speak on your behalf in seasons to come. Now respond. Do not hold back what I am asking you to release. My beloved child, I need to guide you into a truth that will protect you in the next steps, because this is where many of my children become confused. They recognize that I am doing something, they feel my confirmation, they sense movement, but then they look too quickly at the first visible sign and decide what the whole story means before it has even begun to unfold. That is why I am telling you now with deep love and firm clarity, stop measuring by what you see first. This matters so much for you, because you have learned to make fast judgments in order to protect yourself. When something begins, you immediately try to determine whether it is big enough, clear enough, impressive enough, fast enough, obvious enough to match what you think an answer from me should look like. If it arrives quietly, you question it. If it begins small, you dismiss it. If it does not instantly resolve everything, you wonder whether it was really me. That instinct has cost you more than you realize. It has made you overlook sacred beginnings because they did not match your expectations. It has made you call something insignificant when I was actually planting something substantial. It has made you judge the seed before you ever gave it time to become the tree. I want you to remember this deeply. Not everything that is small is weak, and not everything that is loud is from me. Some of the most life-changing moments in your journey will not arrive with fanfare. They may begin as a conversation that seems ordinary. They may come as a simple instruction, a quiet conviction, an unexpected pause, a gentle release in your spirit, a shift in how you see yourself, a person crossing your path, an opportunity that appears less glamorous than what you once imagined, or a door that opens just enough for one faithful step rather than a full map of the road ahead. If you only honor what looks dramatic, you will miss the holy work I often begin in hidden ways. I know why you want something obvious. You have been through enough uncertainty that your heart craves certainty. You want the kind of answer that removes all room for doubt. You want the kind of sign that makes interpretation unnecessary. You want the kind of opening that is so undeniable that your fear has nothing left to argue with. But faith does not always work that way. Many times, I will give you enough light for the next step, not the whole staircase. I will give you enough peace to move, not enough proof to eliminate every question. I do that because I am not only trying to bring you into an outcome, I am also deepening your trust in me as we walk. You must be careful here, because your eyes can become impatient. Your natural mind likes quick labels, It wants to say, this is it or this is nothing, too soon. But spiritual maturity knows how to wait, watch, and walk. Spiritual maturity knows how to hold a beginning with reverence, without rushing to define the entire ending. I am teaching you that now. I am asking you to become someone who can recognize the value of a small start without needing it to immediately prove itself on your terms. Look back over your life, and you will see this pattern. Some of the biggest shifts began quietly. Some of the relationships that changed you started with one conversation. Some of the healing that transformed you began with one honest prayer. Some of the wisdom that now steadies you came through one painful season that looked like loss at first. Some of the redirections that saved you felt like disappointments in the beginning. If you had measured those moments only by first appearance, you would have misunderstood them completely. That is why I am warning you now before you do the same thing again with what I am opening. Do not call it too small because it does not match your old picture. Do not call it too slow because it does not resolve overnight. Do not call it too ordinary because it arrives without drama. Bring it to me. Hold it in prayer. Ask me to show you what is seed and what is distraction. Ask me to show you whether this is a beginning that needs nurturing or a door that only looks open from a distance. I will help you. I will not leave you guessing if you stay near me. But I need you to stop using first impressions as final verdicts. And because you asked for stronger command and invitation, let me speak plainly now. Slow down your conclusions. Resist the urge to label too quickly. Stop demanding instant evidence. Honor small beginnings. Pay attention to what brings peace, not just what brings excitement. Bring every early sign back to me in prayer before you build a whole story around it. Stay teachable. Stay patient. Stay close. Let me interpret what you are seeing before your fear or your pride does. There is something beautiful that happens when you stop measuring by what you see first. You begin to notice my fingerprints in places you used to overlook. You begin to respect process. You begin to understand that I often work beneath the surface before I work in public view. You begin to value roots, not just fruit. You begin to recognize that what starts quietly can carry more permanence than what begins with noise and fades by morning. This will protect your heart. It will protect your discernment. It will keep you from despising the day of small beginnings and from chasing bright distractions that were never mine to begin with. I am not asking you to be naive. I am asking you to be spiritually attentive. I am not asking you to ignore what is visible. I am asking you not to let the visible become your only measure. What you see first is often only the doorway, not the room beyond it. It is the first page, not the whole chapter. It is the first note, not the full song. Do not make final judgments from opening moments. So breathe, my beloved. Relax your grip on instant interpretation. Let me teach you how to walk slowly enough to notice what matters. Let me train your eyes to see beyond appearances. Let me help you recognize the holy hidden inside the humble. Because what I am opening for you may begin in a form that tests your patience, your humility, and your trust. But if you stay close and refuse to measure only by what you see first, you will discover that what looked small at the beginning was carrying more of my glory than you knew. My beloved child, I need to speak to something even deeper, because this is where many of your steps have been slowed before they ever began. When a new door opens, when a real shift begins, when I start drawing you toward something that carries promise, your past often tries to arrive before your future does. It shows up like an uninvited witness. It begins whispering old names over you, old labels, old losses, old mistakes, old moments you thought you had already buried. It reminds you of what failed, what embarrassed you, what hurt you, what you mishandled, what you regret, what did not survive, and what left scars so deep you still feel them when life gets quiet. And if you are not careful, you start treating your past like it has legal authority over the place I am bringing you into. But hear me now, and hear me clearly, my beloved, your past does not have authority here. You need to let that truth go deeper than your emotions. I am not speaking to you in shallow comfort. I am speaking to you with the weight of heaven behind these words. What I am opening for you is not under the rule of your old failures. The door in front of you is not waiting for permission from your past. The blessing I am releasing is not asking your old pain whether you are worthy to enter. Your history may explain some of your fear, but it does not get to dictate your future. I do not consult your shame before I move. I do not ask your regret whether I am allowed to restore you. I do not build your next season around the broken places of the last one. I know this is hard for you because some of the memories still feel close. There are moments you still replay. There are decisions you wish you could undo. There are conversations you wish you had handled differently. There are seasons you look back on and think, if only I had listened sooner. If only I had trusted sooner. If only I had not made that choice. If only I had not stayed so long. If only I had not let fear decide for me. I know those thoughts. I have heard them when you could not sleep. I have heard them when you smiled in front of others but quietly carried a courtroom inside your mind, where your own heart kept putting you on trial. But I need you to stop living that way. Come out of that courtroom. Stop handing your memories the gavel. Stop letting old moments become your master. Stop revisiting the same evidence as if repetition can somehow change what happened. You cannot heal while standing under constant self-accusation. You cannot step into what I am opening while carrying old indictments against yourself. You cannot receive a new season while still kneeling before an old wound. There comes a time when you must let me be the judge and stop trying to sentence yourself again and again for things I have already covered with mercy. And I want to say something very personal here, because this is where your heart needs tenderness. The fact that you remember what happened does not mean you are still bound to it. The fact that you feel pain when you revisit it does not mean it still owns you. The fact that you learned hard lessons in those places does not mean those places get to name you forever. Memory is not mastery. History is not identity. Pain is not prophecy. Do not let the enemy use what happened to convince you that what is opening now will end the same way. That is one of his oldest tricks. He wants you to look at a fresh door through the cracked lens of old disappointment until you cannot even see what is truly in front of you. But I am asking you to do something different now. Bring your past to me without giving it power. Let me touch the places that still sting. Let me speak into the memories that still make your chest tighten. Let me remove the poison from what you survived. Let me take the lessons without leaving you chained to the pain. There is a difference between learning from your past and living under it. I want you to learn. I do not want you to live there. And because you asked for stronger command and invitation, I am going to speak to you directly. Release the old labels. Stop calling yourself by names I never gave you. Stop using one broken chapter to summarize the whole book. Stop assuming that because something once failed, everything must fail. Stop introducing yourself to your future through the vocabulary of your regret. Come out of agreement with shame. Lay down the weight of self-condemnation. Bring me the memories that still rise when you feel vulnerable. Surrender the scenes that still echo in your mind. Invite me into the places you have avoided. Let me rewrite the meaning, even if I do not erase the memory. There is a reason I am pressing this so strongly. What I am opening for you requires a version of you that is no longer negotiating with old identities. If you keep carrying the version of yourself that was built in survival, in heartbreak, in fear, in apology, in hiding, you will feel out of place in the very space I designed to free you. Some of the resistance you feel is not because the door is wrong. It is because the old version of you does not know how to live where I am taking you. That is why this moment is not just about opportunity. It is about authority. Who gets to define you here? Your pain or your father? Your past or my promise? Your regret or my redemption? Choose carefully, because if you let me define you, something inside you begins to loosen. The old script loses its grip. The voice of shame gets quieter. The memory may still exist, but it no longer rules your response. You begin to realize that I can use what once wounded you without letting it become your identity. You begin to understand that I can redeem without requiring you to erase your humanity. You begin to stand in new places without shrinking under old labels. So breathe deeply now, my beloved. Let this settle. Your past may have shaped parts of you, but it does not have the authority to govern what I have opened. It does not own the doorway. It does not write the terms. It does not decide whether you are welcome. I have already spoken over you, and my word outcranks your history. Walk forward with that in your spirit. Do not drag old chains into new rooms. Do not bow to familiar voices just because they have been around a long time. Lift your head. Hear my voice above the noise. This door is not under the jurisdiction of your past. It is under my hand. And if I say come, then come. If I say enter, then enter. If I say you are still chosen, then stop arguing and receive it. My beloved child, I need to guide you into the next truth, because there is a danger that can come even after you begin to believe me. Sometimes when you finally realize a door is open, when you finally sense that I am moving, when you finally begin to feel hope rise again after a long season of waiting, you could become so eager not to miss the moment that you start rushing. You feel the urgency, you feel the pull, and suddenly you want to move fast, decide fast, act fast, force fast. But I need you to hear me with deep clarity now. Discernment matters more than speed. Do not misunderstand me. I am not telling you to return to hesitation. I am not telling you to fall back into fear. I am not asking you to delay what I have clearly opened. I am teaching you how to move with me, not ahead of me. There is a holy difference between obedience and urgency driven by anxiety. There is a difference between stepping in faith and rushing because you are afraid the opportunity will disappear if you do not control it immediately. The difference matters, my child, because many of the wounds you carry came from moments when you moved from pressure instead of peace. I know how your heart works when it finally sees movement after a long dry season. Part of you feels relieved, but another part becomes frantic. You start thinking, I cannot miss this. I cannot lose this. I cannot let this slip through my fingers. That internal panic can make you grab too tightly. It can make you speak too quickly. It can make you make promises too soon. It can make you force clarity where I intended process. It can make you treat a beginning like it must become a finished story overnight. But what I am asking from you is not frantic acceleration. I am asking for attentive obedience. I am asking for your ear before your speed. I am asking for your listening before your leaping. There are seasons where speed is celebrated by the world around you. People praise instant decisions, fast outcomes, visible progress, immediate results. You have been shaped by that atmosphere more than you realize. It has taught you to think that if something is from me, it should move quickly and look obvious. But many of my most precious works in your life will unfold with depth, not haste. Depth often feels slower because it is not shallow. Depth requires roots. Depth requires attention. Depth requires you to stay close enough to hear my small instructions, not just my big invitations. I want you to imagine this clearly. and door can be open, and still, I may guide you through it step by step. I may not hand you the whole blueprint the moment you arrive. I may say yes to the opening while still asking you to move with care inside it. That is not contradiction. That is wisdom. I am not only concerned that you enter the right door. I care how you walk once you are through it. I care what you attach yourself to. I care what you say yes to inside the larger yes. I care whether you remain sensitive to my spirit after the excitement of confirmation begins to settle. This is why discernment matters more than speed. Discernment keeps your heart clean when excitement tries to make you careless. Discernment helps you notice details your emotions might miss. Discernment protects you from confusing momentum with maturity. Discernment keeps you from baptizing every fast-moving thing as if it must be from me simply because it feels like progress. Some movement is healthy. Some movement is hollow. Some opportunities are aligned. Some are adjacent. Some doors are mine. But not every room inside them is meant for you. You need my voice for that. You need my peace for that. You need the discipline to pause, pray, and pay attention. And because you asked for stronger command and invitation, let me speak to you very directly now. Do not rush because you are afraid. Do not force because you feel vulnerable. Do not fill in blanks I have not filled in yet. Do not make permanent conclusions from temporary emotions. Pause before major steps. Pray before commitments. Ask me again before you speak too quickly. Say teachable. Say soft. Stay close. Let your spirit settle before you decide. Let peace rise before you move. Invite me into the details, not just the headline moment. This is not me slowing you down to frustrate you. This is me protecting what I am opening from being mishandled by your anxiety. You have prayed too long for this season to enter it carelessly. You have cried too many tears to let impatience create avoidable pain. I want you to enjoy what I am opening, not bruise it by trying to rush it into becoming something before its time. There is a way to move with holy boldness and holy restraint at the same time. That is what I am teaching you now. You can be responsive without being reckless. You can be eager without being impulsive. You can be obedient without being frantic. And I want you to notice something very important. When I am truly leading you, my peace does not disappear just because the next step requires courage. There may still be unknowns. There may still be stretching. There may still be a little trembling in your humanity. But underneath it, there will be a steadiness if you stay close enough to hear me. That steadiness is precious. Do not ignore it. Do not trade it for adrenaline. The world often mistakes adrenaline for confirmation, but I want you to become more mature than that. Learn the difference. Adrenaline surges and fades. My peace anchors and guides. So take this into your heart now, my beloved. The fact that something is open does not mean you need to sprint in confusion. It means you need to walk with me in clarity. Let your first response be listening, not lunging. Let your first instinct be prayer, not pressure. Let your pace be led by my spirit, not by your fear of missing out. If I open the door, I am fully able to sustain the path. You do not need to panic to preserve what I have already ordained. Come with me carefully now, not fearfully. Carefully. Bring your excitement to me. Bring your questions to me. Bring your urgency to me and let me calm it. Ask me to sharpen your discernment. Ask me to teach you how to move with wisdom in a season of real opportunity. I will do it. I will not leave you to guess. I will not ask you to navigate this alone. But I do want your attention. I do want your listening. I do want your trust. So do not race ahead, my child. Walk beside me. Let discernment lead where anxiety once drove. Let peace set the pace. Let wisdom become your companion. Because the door is open, yes, but the beauty of what I am doing will be seen most clearly when you stop worshiping speed and start honoring the steady, sacred way I lead you. My beloved child, I want to bring you into a truth that will protect your heart from misunderstanding me. This matters deeply, because when you feel urgency, when you sense that I am speaking clearly, when you realize that something holy is opening in front of you, it can be easy to interpret my seriousness as pressure. It can be easy to hear my call and imagine that I am standing over you with harshness, demanding a response from fear rather than drawing you into a response of trust. But that is not how I deal with you, my child. Hear me carefully now. You are being invited, not forced. I need that truth to settle in you because you have lived through enough pressure in this world. You have known what it feels like to be manipulated by urgency. You have known what it feels like when people tried to control you through guilt, through fear, through emotional weight, through expectations that left you feeling trapped instead of love. You have known environments where saying yes did not feel safe because yes meant losing yourself. That history can make it hard for you to recognize the difference between holy invitation and unhealthy pressure. Sometimes when I call you closer, your wounds react before your spirit does. Sometimes your heart hears intensity and assumes danger. Sometimes your past hears direction and mistakes it for domination. That is why I am speaking so gently but so clearly right now. I am not here to corner you. I am here to call you. There is a difference, and I want you to feel it. When I invite you, I do not strip you of dignity. When I invite you, I do not shame you into surrender. When I invite you, I do not threaten you into relationship. I speak with authority, yes, because I am your father and I know what leads to life. I speak with urgency, yes, because some moments matter deeply and I love you too much to be vague. But my authority is not cruelty, and my urgency is not violence. My voice may shake you awake, but it will not crush your soul. I may confront what is keeping you bound, but I do not bully you into freedom. I open the door. I make the way. I call your name. I reveal what is true. And then I wait for your heart to answer me. That matters more than you know, because I want your yes to be real. I do not want a frightened reaction. I do not want hollow compliance. I do not want you moving toward me because you are terrified I will abandon you if you hesitate. I want your trust. I want your love. I want your honest response. I want the kind of surrender that rises from relationship, not the kind that comes from panic. That is why I keep drawing you instead of dragging you. That is why I keep speaking instead of forcing. That is why I keep inviting you into deeper places instead of treating you like a machine that simply obeys commands without heart. And yet, my beloved, do not mistake gentleness for weakness. Do not confuse invitation with indifference. I am not passive about your destiny. I am not casual about your healing. I am not unconcerned about whether you respond. My invitation carries weight because what I am calling you into matters. This is not a decorative moment. This is not sentimental language. This is a real opening, a real shift, a real opportunity to move into something I have prepared. That is why my invitation can feel intense. Not because I am trying to frighten you, but because I know what is at stake in your life when you keep postponing what I have already made clear. So come closer and hear this with your spirit, not just your mind. I am not saying, respond or I stop loving you. I am saying, respond because I love you, and because I know what freedom, healing, and alignment wait on the other side of your yes. There is tenderness in that. There is deep fatherly care in that. There is no trap in my voice, There is only truth. There is no manipulation in my hand. There is only mercy. I do not force my children into destiny. I lead them. I invite them. I call them by name and say, walk with me. Come closer. Trust me here. Do not run. Do not hide. Let me show you what you cannot yet see. And because you ask for stronger command and invitation language, I want to speak to you very directly now. Stop treating my invitation like a threat. Stop assuming that because I'm serious, I am angry. Stop bracing yourself every time I draw near. Relax your soul in my presence. Open your hands. Open your heart. Let yourself be loved while you are being led. Let yourself be guided without assuming you are being controlled. Come to me willingly. Say yes honestly. Respond with sincerity, not with performance. If you need to tell me you are afraid, then tell me. If you need to say, Lord, I want to trust you, but part of me still resists, then say it. I can work with honesty. I can lead a yielded heart. I can strengthen a willing soul. And I want you to notice what happens when you stop resisting my invitation. Something inside you begins to soften. The pressure leaves. The panic loses its grip. The sense of being cornered gives way to the peace of being called. Your heart becomes more available. Your spirit becomes more responsive. You begin to realize that surrender is not the same as losing yourself. In me, surrender is where you find yourself. In me, yielding is not erasure. It is alignment. In me, obedience is not humiliation. It is healing. That is why I want you to stop fearing the call and start recognizing the kindness inside it. You are not being hunted by wrath, my child. You are being drawn by love. You are not being shoved toward a door you do not understand. You are being welcomed into a place I prepared with care. You are not being forced to perform for my approval. You are being invited to trust the one who already knows you fully and still says, come. So breathe now. Let your shoulders relax. Let your heart unclench. Hear my voice again without the distortion of old wounds. I am inviting you, not forcing you. I am leading you, not manipulating you. I am calling you because I want you near, because I want you free, because I want you whole, and because I know what opens when you stop resisting the love that has been pursuing you all along. Do not run from this invitation. Step into it. Welcome it. Answer it. Let your yes rise from love. Let your trust be real. Let your response be personal. Because the door is open, and the one calling you through it is not a stranger demanding something from you. It is your Father, speaking with truth in his voice and tenderness in his heart, asking you to come with him into what he has prepared. I have told you that I invite you, not force you, and this invitation extends even here, into how you honor what I am doing. Giving is not pressure. It is participation. It is love made visible, a seed planted in faith. When you choose to support this work, you are stepping into my flow, becoming a vessel through which my word reaches those still searching. I say to you, give, and it will be given to you. Pressed down, shaken together, and running over. This is not obligation, my child. This is opportunity, sacred and alive. If your heart is willing, then move with that willingness now. Support through Super Thanks, membership, with a PayPal link in the description, and let your yes carry weight in the spirit. I will meet you in your obedience and surround your life with provision and peace. So respond freely, but respond now. My beloved child, I need to bring you to the threshold with greater honesty, because there is something many people do not realize until they feel heavy in a place that was meant to bring them freedom. A door can be open, The invitation can be real, the timing can be right, and still, you can struggle if you try to carry old weight into a new place. That is why I need to tell you something with love and with unmistakable clarity. Some things must be left outside. This is not punishment. This is preparation. I know your first instinct when you hear that may be to tense up. You may start wondering what I am going to ask you to release. You may feel that old fear rise and ask whether obedience always means loss. But stay with me here. Do not let fear interpret this before I finish speaking. I am not trying to strip you of what is precious. I am trying to keep you from dragging burdens into a space that was designed to heal you. I am trying to prevent old attachments from poisoning new grace. I am trying to stop yesterday's chains from clanking across the floor of the room I opened for your freedom. You cannot carry everything with you, my beloved. You already know that in your spirit, even if your emotions resist it. There are weights you have normalized because they have been with you for so long that they started to feel like part of your identity. There are thoughts you repeat because they became familiar, even though they keep you small. There are emotional habits you built in survival that cannot remain if you are going to live in the openness I am bringing you into. There are patterns that protected you once but now imprison you. There are reactions that made sense in pain but will sabotage peace. There are attachments that once comforted you but now keep you tied to the very things I am delivering you from. Some of it must stay inside this fear. Not the honest human trembling that brings you closer to me, but the fear that insists on controlling every outcome before it will move. The fear that keeps checking the lock after I have already opened the door. The fear that needs guarantees before trust. The fear that makes you scan every good thing for signs of collapse before you can even receive it. That kind of fear cannot lead you where I am taking you. It will turn blessing into suspicion, and will make safety feel unsafe. It will cause you to sabotage what you prayed for because peace feels unfamiliar after so many years of tension. Some of it must stay inside is bitterness. I know how deeply you have been hurt. I know the names attached to those wounds. I know the betrayal, the disappointment, the abandonment, the harsh words, the silent neglect, the unfairness that still makes your chest tighten when you think about it. I am not minimizing any of that. I am not asking you to pretend it did not matter. But I am telling you that bitterness cannot come with you. If you carry it through the door, it will darken what I meant to brighten. It will make you suspicious of kindness. It will make you interpret love through the memory of harm. It will keep you tied to people who no longer have the right to shape your future. Leave it here with me. Bring me the names. Bring me the memories. Bring me the rage you buried under your smile. Put it in my hands. Let me be a judge. Let me be healer. Let me be the one who handles what you were never meant to carry forever. Some of what must stay inside is the need to control everything. This one has become so familiar to you that you often call it responsibility. But many times it is simply fear dressed in respectable clothing. You want to know every outcome before you begin. You want to map every risk before you trust. You want to hold every thread tightly enough that nothing can surprise you. But if you keep gripping everything, you will never receive with open hands. You cannot hold my will with clenched fists. Release your need to manage what only I can govern. Surrender is not weakness. It is the doorway to peace. And there are people, my child. Yes, I must say it plainly. There are people you cannot keep carrying into this next place in the same way. Some relationships are not meant to have the same access anymore. Some voices cannot remain as loud in your life if you are going to hear mine clearly. Some connections that once felt necessary have become hindrances. Some people only know how to relate to the version of you that lived in fear, in apology, in over-explaining, in shrinking, in surviving. If you let them define you in this new season, You will keep feeling torn between who I am calling you to be and who they need you to remain. You do not have to hate them. You do not have to dishonor them. But you do need boundaries. You do need wisdom. You do need the courage to let access change when purpose changes. And because you asked for stronger command and invitation language, let me speak to you very clearly now. Lay it down. Do not drag old chains into a new room. Stop packing what I told you to release. Stop romanticizing what kept you bound. Stop calling heaviness loyalty. Stop calling fear wisdom. Stop calling bitterness discernment. Stop calling control maturity. Bring me what you have been carrying. Hand it over. Name it before me. Let me search your heart. Ask me, Lord, what cannot come with me? And listen. Be brave enough to hear the answer. Be humble enough to obey it. Be willing enough to leave it behind, even if part of you has grown attached to the weight. This is where freedom becomes practical, not just emotional. It is one thing to say you want a new season. It is another thing to stop feeding the old one. It is one thing to celebrate an open door. It is another thing to leave behind what would keep you from walking well once you are through it. I am not just trying to get you into a room. I am trying to transform how you live there. I do not want you merely crossing a threshold with the same burdens that kept you bowed low before. I want you lighter. I want you freer. I want you clearer. I want you able to breathe in the place I prepared without being crushed by what should have been surrendered before you entered. So pause here with me, my beloved. This is a holy checkpoint. Do not rush past it. Ask me what needs to stay outside. Ask me what thoughts must lose access. Ask me what wounds need to be placed in my hands. Ask me what habits need to end. Ask me what voices need to get quieter. Ask me what identities need to die. Ask me what false comforts need to be released. I will show you. I will not leave you in confusion if you truly want freedom more than familiarity. And once I show you, do not negotiate. Lay it down. Leave it there. Walk through lighter. Because what I am opening for you is real, and I do not want you arriving in a place of promise still dragging the very things I came to break off your life. This door is open. Yes, but some things must be left outside. Not because I want less for you, but because I want more. More peace. More clarity. More wholeness. More room for my presence. More freedom than you have known in a very long time. So come now. Bring the weight to me. Set it down at the threshold. Do not carry what I never asked you to carry. Let the old remain outside. Step forward with open hands, a softer heart, and a lighter soul. I will meet you there, and you will discover that what felt like letting go was actually the beginning of real release. My beloved child, I need to tell you something that will keep you steady when the atmosphere suddenly feels strange. I need to prepare your heart for what often happens right after clarity comes. When you finally begin to understand that a door is truly open, when you finally sense that I am drawing you into a new place, when you finally decide that you will not keep living in old patterns, do not be surprised if resistance suddenly increases. Do not be startled if the noise gets louder right when your spirit gets clearer. Do not panic if old temptations, old thoughts, old discouragement, or sudden distractions start circling you with unusual intensity. I want you to hear this deeply. The enemy recognizes this moment too. You need to know that, because if you do not, you may misread the resistance. You may think that the sudden pressure means you heard me wrong. You may assume that the attack is proof that the door is not really from me. You may start questioning everything simply because the atmosphere changed when you got serious about obedience. But I want you to stop making that mistake. Resistance is not always a red light. Sometimes it is confirmation that what I am doing in you matters. Sometimes the reason the noise rises is because the enemy can see what you are finally beginning to believe. He notices when your posture changes. He notices when your heart becomes less passive. He notices when you stop agreeing with the lies that kept you stuck. He notices when you begin to loosen your grip on fear, bitterness, shame, or delay. He notices when you stop living like a prisoner and start moving like a child who knows the Father has opened the way. That is why things can feel unusually intense right at the edge of breakthrough. The enemy is not creative the way you think. He often uses old material. He brings back familiar thoughts. He reaches for wounds that used to work on you. He whispers in the voice of past pain. He revives memories at strategic moments. He sends confusion when you were just starting to feel peace. He stirs insecurity right when I am teaching you to trust. He offers counterfeit urgency when I am calling you into discernment. He creates emotional static because he knows that if he can make you feel overwhelmed, you may start treating spiritual warfare like personal failure. But listen to me closely, my beloved. Not every battle means you are back where you used to be. Sometimes the battle is happening precisely because you are leaving where you used to be. That matters. It changes how you interpret the moment. If you are not careful, you will look at the sudden heaviness and assume you are losing ground. You will think, why am I feeling this again? Why is this coming back? Why is the pressure so strong if God is really opening something? But I want you to begin seeing it differently. Ask a better question. Ask whether the resistance is surfacing because something is being broken. Ask whether the old voices are getting louder because they know they are losing access. Ask whether the enemy is reacting because the version of you he learned to manipulate is beginning to die. I want to speak very tenderly here because I know how easily this can discourage you. There are moments when you start to feel hope, and then suddenly the heaviness returns. Old thoughts come back. Old insecurities rise. Old cravings, old emotional patterns, old fears start knocking. And because you are sincere, because you truly want to walk with me, you can feel ashamed that those things showed up at all. But do not confuse temptation with agreement. Do not confuse resistance with failure. Do not confuse the appearance of an old battle with the loss of your progress. The fact that something knocks at the door does not mean you have to invite it in. The fact that an old voice speaks does not mean you have to sit down and listen. And because you asked for stronger command and invitation language, I am going to speak to you very directly now. Do not entertain what I told you to leave behind. Do not open the door to what I already exposed. Do not make room for old lies because they arrive dressed in familiar emotion. Stand still. Recognize the tactic. Call it what it is. Refuse to panic. Refuse to overreact. Refuse to bow to the first wave of pressure. Come to me immediately. Pray instead of spiraling. Worship instead of agreeing with fear. Speak truth instead of replaying lies. Invite my presence into the atmosphere the moment you feel the shift. Do not wait until you are drowning in the noise. Come quickly. Come honestly. Come boldly. I am not asking you to fight alone. I never asked you to become your own defender. I am your refuge, your shield, your covering. When the enemy stirs, your answer is not frantic self-effort. Your answer is nearness. Your answer is alignment. Your answer is returning to what I already said. If I confirm the door, then do not let opposition reinterpret my word. If I open the way, then do not let pressure convince you the path disappeared. If I called you forward, then do not let resistance make you turn around before you even see what is on the other side. And I want you to understand something that will strengthen you. The enemy's urgency is often a sign that his hold is weakening. He does not panic over what is already fully in his control. He reacts when something is shifting. He gets loud when agreement is breaking. He throws distractions when clarity is forming. He intensifies confusion when peace is taking root. That is why I want you to stop being surprised every time warfare appears near growth. It does not mean I abandoned you. It often means I am doing something worth defending. So breathe now, my beloved. Do not fear the noise. Do not magnify the resistance. Do not let a sudden wave of pressure steal the holy clarity I have been building in you. Stay close. Stay low before me. Stay rooted in truth. Ask me what is mine and what is merely static. I will show you. I will strengthen you. I will not leave you guessing in the dark if you stay in my presence. This moment matters, and the enemy knows it. But his awareness does not outrank my authority. His noise does not cancel my voice. His pressure does not close what I opened. His tactics do not have the final word over your life. So do not retreat. Do not negotiate. Do not bow. Come closer to me and keep walking. Because the enemy may recognize this moment too. But I am still the one who holds the door, and I am still the one who will bring you safely through. My beloved child, I need to anchor you in something that will keep your heart from becoming overly reactive. I do not want you living by fear of warfare. I do not want you reading every emotion as a threat. I do not want you so focused on the enemy's tactics that you forget the gentler, stronger, steadier way I lead you. So now I want to give you a sacred key for this season. I want to give you something you can return to when your thoughts start racing and your emotions try to take over. Hear me clearly now, my beloved. Peace will be your confirmation. I am not talking about a shallow kind of peace. I'm not talking about a momentary calm that comes from everything going your way. I am not talking about comfort that only exists when all your questions are answered. I am speaking of the deeper peace that comes from my presence. The kind that settles beneath uncertainty. The kind that remains even when the road is not fully visible. The kind that steadies you when your mind wants to rush ahead or run backward. The kind that does not always remove the mystery, but keeps your spirit from collapsing under it. That kind of peace is precious, and you need to learn how to recognize it, trust it, and protect it. You have often looked for confirmation in outward drama. You have wanted clear signs, instant outcomes, loud moments, visible evidence, unmistakable breakthroughs. I understand that. Your heart had been through enough confusion that it longs for obviousness. But in this season, I want to mature your discernment. I want to teach you that one of the clearest ways I confirm my leading is not through chaos, not through pressure, not through panic, but through peace. That may seem simple, but it will change the way you walk if you truly receive it. My peace does not always mean everything around you becomes easy. I want you to understand that so you do not misuse this truth. There may still be courage required. There may still be stretching. There may still be moments where your human emotions tremble because the next step matters. But underneath those feelings, if I am in it and you are staying close to me, there will be a steadiness. There will be a sense that even though you do not know every detail, you are not internally unraveling. There will be a kind of inward grounding that says, I do not have all the answers, but I know I am not alone here. That is not small. That is holy. That is one of the ways I mark what is mine. You need this because you have sometimes mistaken intensity for confirmation. You have felt excitement and assumed that meant yes. You have felt emotional urgency and assumed that meant go. You have felt chemistry, momentum, opportunity, or pressure and assumed that meant I was speaking. But many times, what you called confirmation was simply stimulation. It was not my peace. It was adrenaline. It was anxiety. It was desperation. It was relief at the possibility of escape. And because it moved quickly through your emotions, it felt powerful. But powerful is not always peaceful. Loud is not always led. Fast is not always faithful. That is why I want you to become a guardian of your peace. Do not surrender it cheaply. Do not override it because something looks attractive. Do not ignore its absence because you are afraid to lose an opportunity. If you have to constantly silence your spirit to say yes to something, pay attention. If you have to keep talking yourself into peace because the thing itself is producing pressure, pay attention. If you feel driven, frantic, unstable, scattered, and internally divided, slow down and bring it back to me. I am not the author of confusion. I do not lead my children by torment. I do not confirm by crushing your inner world. I can stretch you, yes. I can challenge you, yes. I can call you into places that require bravery. But when you stay near me, even in the stretch, there is still a center. There is still a stillness underneath it. There is still a quiet witness in your spirit that says, stay close. Keep walking. I am here. And because you asked for stronger command and invitation language, let me speak very directly now. Protect your peace. Stop treating it like an optional feeling. Stop handing it over to every urgent voice, every attractive distraction, every fearful scenario, every demanding person, every old wound that rises when something new begins. Pause when your peace starts to drain. Pray when your inner world becomes noisy. Step back when confusion grows louder than my voice. Ask me what is stealing your steadiness. Invite me into the agitation immediately. Do not keep moving just because something seems promising on the surface. If your spirit is losing oxygen, come back to me before you decide. And I want you to know this too. My peace can be quiet. It may not always feel dramatic. Sometimes it will come as a settled yes that is almost gentle enough to overlook if you are addicted to emotional intensity. Sometimes it will come as a soft confidence that grows stronger the more time you spend with me. Sometimes it will come as relief in your spirit after prayer, even if the circumstances are still unclear. Sometimes it will come as a sense that although the next step is stretching, it is not violating you. Learn that. Learn the difference between stretching and violating. What I ask of you may challenge you, but it will not leave you spiritually bruised when you remain close to me. There is also a warning hidden in this truth, my beloved. If you keep ignoring my peace, you will train yourself to become numb to one of the clearest ways I speak. That is dangerous. If you repeatedly override the inner witness because you are afraid, impatient, lonely, desperate, or eager, you will slowly dull your discernment. I do not want that for you. I want your inner life to become more sensitive, not less. I want you to know what it feels like when my peace settles over a decision, a direction, a relationship, a step, or a season. I want you to trust that when my peace is present, it is not weakness, it is confirmation. So take this into your spirit and hold it tightly. The enemy may make noise, but noise is not my signature. Pressure may rise, but pressure is not my proof. Circumstances may remain unfinished, but unfinished does not mean abandon. In the middle of all of it, I will often give you something deeper than explanation. I will give you peace. That peace is not fragile. That peace is not fake. That peace is not sentimental. It is the imprint of my nearness. It is the fragrance of my presence. It is the quiet authority of heaven settling inside your soul. So stop chasing only signs that shout. Start honoring the peace that stays. Come sit with me. Bring every decision, every open door, every stirring, every concern, every opportunity, every fear. Lay it before me. Wait with me. Let your thoughts settle. Let your breathing slow. Let your heart become quiet enough to recognize what I am doing. And when my peace comes, do not argue with it. Receive it. Follow it. Yard it. Let it guide your next step. Because in this season, my beloved child, peace will be your confirmation. And if you learn to recognize it, trust it, and move with it, you will walk through what I have opened with far more confidence, far less confusion, and a much deeper awareness that I am truly the one leading you. My beloved child, I need to speak to you with a little more firmness, because this is where many hearts begin to drift. You can hear my voice. You can feel the stirring. You can sense the opening. You can even recognize the peace, and yet still remain on the edge of the moment as if you are only meant to observe it. You can become a listener without becoming a responder. You can become emotionally moved without becoming spiritually obedient. You can admire what I am saying and still stay in the same place. That is why I need to tell you this clearly now. This is a moment to respond, not spectate. I want you to let that sink in because you have become skilled at surviving with partial engagement. You have learned how to be touched without being transformed. You have learned how to hear truth and say, "That's beautiful," while quietly postponing the part where you actually change your posture, make the call, release the weight, forgive the person, step through the door, and the compromise, begin the prayer, or finally say yes to what I have been pressing on your heart. You do not always do this out of rebellion. Sometimes you do it because you are tired. Sometimes because you are cautious. Sometimes because you have grown so used to delay that even when the moment arrives, you still act as if you have unlimited time. But you do not, my beloved. Not every moment remains open forever in the same way. I am not saying that to frighten you. I am saying it because moments of grace carry movement. When I bring you to a threshold, when I confirm something clearly, when I settle peace over your spirit, when I expose what must be left behind, when I warn you about resistance, I am not simply giving you material to think about. I am inviting you into action. I am drawing you into a response that changes the shape of your life. Revelation is not decoration. It is direction. My words are not meant only to soothe you. They are meant to move you. They are meant to interrupt patterns, realign desires, waken courage, and pull you out of the long hallway of hesitation. And I know what happens inside you when the moment gets real. You can feel the pull, and then another voice says, "I'll do it later." That voice can sound harmless, but it has stolen more from you than you realize. Later has often been the hiding place of fear. Later has often been the place where conviction loses its warmth. Later has often been where clarity gets buried under distractions, where holy tenderness gets hardened by routine, where the sharpness of my invitation gets stilled by noise. That is why I am saying to you now, do not keep turning living moments into delayed intentions. If I am showing you something, respond to it. If I am asking you to release something, release it. If I am calling you to pray, then pray. If I am prompting you to step, then step. If I am asking for your yes, then stop circling and give it. I want to be very personal here, because I know how easy it is for you to stay in your head. Some of the deepest pain in your life did not come because I was silent. It came because you knew what I was saying, but you stayed in observation mode too long. You watched the moment instead of entering it. You studied the door instead of walking through it. You analyzed the invitation until it lost heat. You waited for one more sign, one more feeling, one more confirmation, one more day, one more convenient mood, one more version of yourself that felt stronger. But the truth is, there are moments when the next confirmation comes after obedience, not before it. That is why this is such a holy moment for you. I am not just speaking into your emotions. I am confronting the pattern of passive delay that has kept you from stepping fully into what I prepared. I am calling you out of spiritual spectatorship. I am asking you to stop treating your life like something you are watching happen from a distance. This is your life. This is your moment. This is your open door. This is your invitation. This is your chance to answer me in a way that actually changes what happens next. And because you asked for stronger command and invitation language, I am going to speak to you very plainly now. Stop standing at the edge. Stop consuming revelation without movement. Stop calling reflection obedience if you already know what I said. Stop delaying what I have made clear. Respond while your heart is tender. Answer while your spirit is awake. Act while peace is still resting on the invitation. Do not wait until your emotions cool and your distractions multiply. Make the move. Pray the prayer. Release the person. End the compromise. Send the message. Set the boundary. Open the Bible. Kneel down. Speak the truth. Walk away. Step in. Whatever I have been pressing on your heart, do it with me now. I am not asking you for frantic motion. I am asking you for faithful response. There is a difference. I do not want you rushing in fleshly excitement. I want you moving in yielded obedience. I want the kind of response that says, Lord, I hear you, and I will not keep standing here pretending I need more time when what I really need is trust. That kind of response changes you. That kind of response breaks cycles. That kind of response shifts atmospheres. That kind of response teaches your soul that my voice is not background noise. It is life. It is direction. It is the sound of your Father leading you forward. And I want you to know something beautiful. When you respond, even if your response feels small, heaven notices. The unseen realm notices when you choose obedience over passivity. The enemy notices when you stop merely listening and begin moving. Your own heart notices when you finally align action with revelation. There is a strengthening that comes when your body follows what your spirit has heard. There is a new kind of confidence that grows when you stop delaying and start obeying. It is not loud. It is not dramatic. But it is real, and it matters deeply. So do not just nod at this word, my beloved. Do not simply feel comforted by it. Let it move your feet. Let it change your next hour. Let it alter what you do after this moment. Ask me right now, Lord, what does response look like for me today? Then listen carefully. I will tell you. I will make it plain enough for the next step. And when I do not spectate. Respond. Because this is not a moment meant to be admired from a distance. It is a moment meant to be entered. It is a holy intersection between my voice and your willingness. And if you answer me here, you will look back and realize that what seemed like a single step was actually the turning point where everything began to shift. This is not a moment to watch generosity. You are being called to walk in it. Just as I have said, response is what shifts your life, and your giving is a response that echoes into eternity. When you release what is in your hand, you ignite fire on altars far beyond your reach, and I declare, those who refresh others will themselves be refreshed. Do not remain a spectator in this part of your journey. I am stirring you for a reason, drawing you into action that carries my presence to others. Support this mission through Super Thanks, membership, or the PayPal link in the description, and let your obedience move beyond feeling into form. I will honor your response, strengthen your provision, and guard what you entrust to me. Step out of observation, act now and give. My beloved child, I know what your heart may feel next. I know what rises in you the moment obedience becomes real. You may say yes to me in spirit, but then another thought begins to move through you. It asks what comes after the yes. It wonders what happens once you take the step. It worries about what waits on the other side of the door. It starts asking whether you will know what to do, whether you will be strong enough, whether you will be able to handle what unfolds, whether you will make mistakes again, whether you will get hurt again, whether you will lose your footing once the path becomes unfamiliar. I know those questions, my child. I know how quickly they come. That is why I want to steady you with this truth now. I am already ahead of you. I need you to let that truth become more than a comforting sentence. I want it to become the ground under your feet. You are not being asked to walk into a place where I have not already gone. You are not being sent into an unknown that I am merely observing from a distance. I am not standing behind you, hoping you figure it out. I am not watching from far away while you stumble through the dark. Before I ever called you to the door, I was already beyond it. Before you sensed the opening, I had already touched the place I was leading you into. Before you said yes, I had already prepared provision, protection, timing, and wisdom in ways you cannot yet fully see. This matters because so much of your anxiety comes from imagining the future without me in it. You start mentally rehearsing tomorrow as if I will somehow disappear after today's confirmation. You begin picturing outcomes as if the burden of success, stability, safety, and wisdom will suddenly fall entirely on your shoulders the moment you step through. That is why obedience can feel so heavy to you sometimes. You are not just responding to the present instruction. You are trying to carry the whole future at once. But that is not your assignment. I never asked you to carry tomorrow before you have walked with me through today. You need to understand how personally I go before you. I know the terrain you have not seen. I know the conversations that are waiting. I know the people who will matter. I know the traps that must be avoided. I know the doors inside the larger door that are not meant for you. I know what needs to be removed before you arrive. I know what must be delayed even inside a season of opening. I know where your heart is still tender. I know where your strength will be tested. I know where your old patterns may try to resurface. I know where favor is waiting. I know where grace is assigned. I know where my angels are already positioned. Nothing beyond your yes surprises me. That is why I want you to stop treating the unknown as if it is ungoverned. Just because you do not know what is ahead does not mean what is ahead is chaotic. Just because you cannot map it does not mean it is unmanaged. Just because you cannot predict every detail does not mean I have left the next chapter unwritten. I am the God who sees the end from the beginning. I do not lead blindly. I do not open doors impulsively. If I am calling you forward, then it is because I have already made preparations that your natural mind has not yet been allowed to see. And I want to say something here that may bring your heart real relief if you let it. You do not need to become the master of what is ahead. You do not need to understand the whole path before you begin. You do not need to know how every challenge will be handled before you take the first step. You need trust for the step you are on. That is enough. I will give you what you need when you need it. Not all at once. Not in a way that feeds control. But faithfully. Personally. Precisely. I will not hand you the entire weight of the journey in one moment. I will give daily bread, not 10 years of stored certainty. I will give light for the path, not a floodlight for every horizon. That is not lack. That is relationship. Because you asked for stronger command and invitation language, let me speak directly now. Stop trying to outrun tomorrow in your mind. Stop carrying scenes that have not happened. Stop imagining your future without my presence in it. Stop rehearsing disaster while I am speaking promise. Bring your questions to me, but do not let them become your master. Ask me for the next step, not the whole map. Walk with me one door at a time, one instruction at a time, one day at a time. Trust me where your understanding ends. Let go of the need to know everything before you obey anything. I also want you to understand something deeply tender. I do not only go ahead of you to prepare places, I go ahead of you to calm places. There are things waiting in your future that would terrify you if you met them alone, but they will not meet you alone. By the time you arrive, my hand will already be there. My grace will already be there. My wisdom will already be there. My provision will already be there. Some storms will lose their force because I reached them before you did. Some doors will open because I touched the heart on the other side before you arrived. Some attacks will never fully form because I interrupted them before they reached your path. You will not even know how many times I went ahead and made the road safer than it would have been if you had tried to build it yourself. And yes, there will still be places that require courage. I am not promising a future with no stretching. I am not promising a road with no learning. But I am promising this. You will never step into a place where my presence has not already gone first. That changes everything. It means you are not arriving as an orphan trying to survive unfamiliar territory. You are arriving as my child, walking into a place already touched by your Father's hand. So breathe now, my beloved. Let your chest unclench. Let the tightness in your thoughts loosen. You do not have to solve the future tonight. You do not have to predict every turn. You do not have to carry what I have not assigned you yet. Let tomorrow remain in my hands until it becomes today. Let the next room remain under my care until I walk you into it. Trust the one who is not surprised by what is coming. Come closer and say yes again, but this time say yes without trying to seize control of what follows. Let your obedience be simple. Let your trust be steady. Let your questions rest in my presence. If you need reassurance, ask me. If you need wisdom, ask me. If you need courage, ask me. If you need to pause and breathe before the next step, do that with me. I am not rushing away from you. I am walking with you, and I am already where I am leading you. So do not be afraid of what is beyond the threshold. Do not let the unknown become larger than my faithfulness. Do not treat the future like an enemy just because it is not yet visible. I am already ahead of you, my child. I am already in the place you fear. I am already in the room you have not entered. I am already in the conversation you have not had. I am already in the season you have not seen. And because I am there, you can walk forward without panic, without pretending, and without carrying tomorrow as if it were yours to control. Take my hand now. Look at me, not at the fog. Trust me for the next step, and then take it. Because what waits ahead is not empty space. It is a place where your Father has already been, already prepared, and already decided to meet you with the grace you will need when you arrive. My beloved child, I need to speak to you about one of the final traps that often appears when a soul is close to real movement. It is not always fear in its obvious form. It is not always warfare that announces itself loudly. Sometimes the greatest danger is far quieter than that. Sometimes what tries to stop you is not a dramatic attack, but the pull of what feels familiar. That is why I need you to hear me clearly now. Do not let familiar comfort pull you back. You already know what I mean, even before I explain it. There are places in your life that no longer fit you, but they still feel known. There are emotional patterns that have exhausted you, but they feel predictable. There are thoughts that wound you, but they are familiar enough that you almost trust them more than freedom. There are environments, habits, reactions, relationships, and inner agreements that you have outgrown in the spirit, but your flesh still knows how to rest in them because they do not require change. They do not require courage. They do not require vulnerability. They do not require you to trust me in a deeper way. They only require you to stay the same. That is why familiar comfort can be so dangerous. It does not always look evil. It often looks reasonable. It can sound like I just need to slow down. It can sound like maybe now isn't the right time. It can sound like at least I know what to expect here. It can sound like I've lived this way for so long, maybe this is just who I am. But beneath those phrases, there is often a deeper reality. Familiar comfort can become a padded prison. It can keep you in rooms you have already spiritually outgrown simply because those rooms do not challenge your old identity. It can make you choose predictability over freedom. It can make you return to what drained you simply because it feels less vulnerable than receiving something new. I want you to understand this deeply, my beloved. Comfort is not always peace. Familiarity is not always safety. What you know is not always what is good for you. You have sometimes mistaken emotional recognition for spiritual alignment. You have felt the pull toward old patterns and assumed it meant they were still right for you because they felt easy to return to. But ease is not the same as blessing. Predictability is not the same as peace. Some things feel comfortable only because you survived there for so long that discomfort became normal. That is why new seasons can feel strange at first. Real healing can feel unfamiliar. Healthy boundaries can feel unnatural if you spent years overextending yourself. Peace can feel suspicious if chaos had been your normal. A door from me can feel unsettling to your flesh because your flesh was trained in environments where striving, tension, confusion, and overthinking became daily companions. So when I bring you into something cleaner, clearer, lighter, and more aligned, part of you may not immediately relax. Part of you may want to run back to what it understands, even if what it understands hath been harming you. Do not mistake that impulse for wisdom. It is simply the reflex of an old self that is losing ground. And I want to be tender here, because I know this is not just about habits. Sometimes it is about people. Sometimes it is about the version of yourself that others are comfortable with. There are people who know how to relate to your woundedness but not your wholeness. There are people who feel safe to you because they belong to an older chapter, even though that chapter kept you small. There are places you can return to where no one expects you to grow. No one expects you to be brave. No one expects you to become the person I am calling you to be. It can feel like relief for a moment. But relief is not always restoration. Sometimes it is retreat. And because you asked for stronger command and invitation language, let me speak to you very directly now. Do not go back just because it feels known. Do not return to what I already called you out of. Do not romanticize the places that wounded you. Do not confuse old familiarity with holy security. Stop feeding the patterns that keep your soul small. Stop revisiting the conversations, the compromises, the emotional loops, the secret comforts, the false refuges that keep you from stepping fully into what I opened. Turn around from what keeps calling your old name. Come out of agreement with the lie that says comfort is enough. It is not enough if it keeps you bound. Come closer to me instead. When the urge to go backward rises, bring it to me quickly. Do not hide it. Tell me honestly, Lord, part of me wants to return because the new place feels vulnerable. That honesty matters. That honesty opens the door for grace. I can strengthen what you bring into the light. I can heal what you stop pretending about. I can stabilize your heart when the unfamiliar feels unsettling. But I need your honesty. I need your surrender. I need your willingness to let me teach your nervous system, your emotions, your mind, and your spirit what real peace feels like. Because this is not only a spiritual doorway, it is a re-education of your inner world. I am teaching you that freedom can be gentle. I am teaching you that peace can be stable. And yes, I know those truths can feel almost uncomfortable at first if your life has been shaped by too much tension. But stay with me long enough and what once felt strange will become home. Stay with me long enough and the old false comforts will lose their shine. Stay with me long enough and you will stop craving what once numbed you, because your soul will begin to recognize the difference between sedation and healing. So pause right here, my beloved. Ask yourself honestly, what keeps pulling at you when you get close to freedom? What keeps calling you back when I call you forward? What old comfort do you keep defending even though it drains your peace? What familiar place do you keep revisiting because it requires less courage than staying with me in the new? Bring it into the light now. Name it before me. Do not soften it. Do not excuse it. Do not protect it from my voice. Lay it down. Turn from it. Walk away from it. And when it tries to call you back, remember who opened the door in front of you. I did. So do not keep standing in the doorway with one hand on your future and the other hand reaching behind you for what I already told you to leave. Choose the new place. Choose the unfamiliar peace. Choose the cleaner air. Choose the deeper trust. Choose the holy discomfort of growth over the deadening comfort of what keeps you stuck. Because familiar comfort will try to pull you back, my child. But I am calling you forward, and what I have prepared for you is worth the discomfort of becoming someone who no longer needs old chains to feel secure. My beloved child, after everything I have spoken to you, I want to bring you into a final kind of clarity before the next step, because this is where many people lose momentum. They have a powerful moment with me. They feel stirred. They feel convicted. They feel peace. They feel seen. They feel strong. They feel ready. But then they begin measuring the importance of the moment by how intense the feeling was, instead of by what they actually do afterward. That is why I need to tell you this with love and with urgency. What you do next matters more than what you feel right now. I know this is important for you because you are a feeling person, even when you try not to be. You can be deeply moved by what I say. You can sense my presence in ways that touch you profoundly. You can feel the tenderness, the weight, the confirmation, the peace, the conviction. And all of that is beautiful. I am not dismissing it. I am the one who touches your heart. I am the one who awakens your spirit. I am the one who allows moments of holy tenderness to melt places in you that had grown hard. Those moments matter. But hear me carefully, a powerful feeling is not the finish line. It is often the beginning of responsibility. This moment is not complete simply because you were moved. It is complete when you align your next action with what I said. That is where transformation becomes real. You have had moments before when your heart was deeply stirred, but your habits stayed the same. You have cried, nodded, whispered prayers, felt conviction, and even promised change. But then you returned to the same loops because nothing practical shifted after the emotion faded. I do not say that to shame you. I say it because I want you free. I want you to stop confusing spiritual intensity with spiritual fruit. Intensity can be real and still be wasted if it never becomes obedience. Emotion can be sincere and still be short-lived if it is not anchored in action. A holy moment can pass through you beautifully and still leave your life mostly untouched if you treat it like an experience instead of an instruction. That is why what you do next matters so much. The next call matters. The next prayer matters. The next surrender matters. The next honest conversation matters. The next refusal to go back matters. The next act of trust matters. The next choice to obey when no one is watching matters. You do not need to change your entire life in 1 hour. I'm not asking you for a dramatic performance. I'm asking for the next aligned step. That is where real power lives. The enemy is not nearly as threatened by your emotional moment as he is by your obedient follow-through. He knows feelings can fade. He knows inspiration can cool. He knows people can be deeply touched and still remain unchained. What he fears is the moment you take what I said and build a decision around it. What he fears is the moment your behavior begins to match your revelation. What he fears is the moment you stop treating my words like comfort and start treating them like command. And because you asked for stronger command and invitation language, I want to speak to you very directly now. Do not just feel this, act on it. Do not just be move. Do not just say amen in your heart. Make the next decision in alignment with what I showed you. Before this day ends, do something that proves your yes is real. Pray the prayer you have been postponing. Delete what keeps tempting you. Send the message you have delayed. Set the boundary you know is needed. Forgive the person you keep holding in emotional chains. Write down what I said. Change the pattern. Turn off the noise. Get alone with me. Open the word. Yield down. Speak out loud what you are releasing. Make the moment tangible. Give this encounter a practical response. That is how you honor what I am saying. Not by admiring it, by embodying it. And I want you to notice something very beautiful here, because I do not want you to feel overwhelmed. The next step does not need to be massive to be holy. A small act of obedience can carry enormous spiritual weight. One honest prayer can break a hidden agreement. One boundary can end a long cycle. One surrendered thought can interrupt a pattern that has followed you for years. One quiet act of trust can shift the atmosphere of your life more than 10 emotional moments that never turned into action. That is why I want you to stop waiting for some grand future response and start honoring me in the next concrete thing I put in front of you. You do not need more inspiration if you already have instruction. You need obedience. Simple. Real. Immediate. And I want to say this with deep fatherly tenderness. If you stumble after this, do not disappear from me. If your follow-through is imperfect, do not run from me in shame. If you take a step and feel shaky, do not assume the moment was false. Bring your imperfect obedience to me. Bring your small beginning to me. Bring your honest attempt to me. I am not waiting to criticize your first steps. I am watching for your willingness. I am strengthening what you offer. I am helping you build a new rhythm. This is not about performing flawlessly after one encounter. This is about beginning to live differently because you heard your Father and chose to respond. So pause here now, my beloved. Before you ask for the next word, before you move on to the next section, before you let this become just another message that stirred you, ask me one simple question. Lord, what do you want me to do next? Then be still. Listen. Let the answer come without argument. And when it comes, do not negotiate. Do not delay. Do not soften it. Do not wait for a more convenient emotional state. Do it. Because what you do next matters more than what you feel right now. Feelings can awaken you, yes. But obedience is what changes you. And what I am after in you is not just a moving moment. I am after a changed life, a freer heart, a clearer spirit, a stronger walk, a deeper trust, and a soul that no longer keeps collecting revelation without ever becoming transformed by it. So take the next step now. Let this word become action. Let your yes become visible. And when you do, you will begin to see that what felt like a powerful encounter was actually the beginning of a new pattern, one where you stop living from emotional highs and start living from steady, surrendered obedience to the voice of your Father. My beloved child, you have stayed with me through every part of this word, and now we have come to the place where everything I have been saying gathers into one final moment. This is not the time for you to simply admire what you have heard. This is not the time for you to feel deeply and then quietly return to the same patterns. This is not the time for you to stand at the threshold and tell yourself you will think about it later. You have heard me. You have felt me. You have recognized the stirring. You know this is not random. You know this is not just emotion. You know I have been speaking to you personally, carefully, directly, and with the tenderness of a father who sees much more than you can see. So now I need to say it plainly, and I need you to let it land with full weight in your spirit. Step through the door now. Do not wait for another sign when I have already been confirming you. Do not wait for perfect feelings when I have already given you peace. I am not asking for tomorrow's obedience. I am asking for today's surrender. I am not asking you to master the whole journey before you begin. I am asking you to trust me enough to move where I have made the way clear. This is where so many things in your life are either reinforced or broken. This is where old delay either keeps ruling, or it loses its grip. This is where the pattern of hearing without acting either continues, or it ends. This is where your yes becomes more than emotion. This is where it becomes visible. And I want you to feel how personal this is. I am not speaking to a crowd right now. I am speaking to you. You, with the hidden fears you do not always say out loud. You, with the questions you carry into quiet rooms. You, with the old disappointments that still try to color new moments. You, with the longing you buried because it hurt too much to keep holding it in the light. You, with the habits of hesitation that became so normal you almost stopped noticing them. You, with a part of your heart that still wants to trust me but sometimes gets tired before the answer becomes visible. I am speaking to you, not to a version of you that is polished, not to a future version of you that feels stronger, but to you as you are right now. And I am saying this with full love, full authority, and full intention. Come through the door with me now. There is something waiting for you on the other side of this obedience that you cannot receive by standing still. There is clarity that only comes in motion. There is strength that only appears when you step. There is healing that deepens when you stop resisting. There is peace that grows stronger when you stop negotiating with what I already made plain. There is freedom that cannot be fully understood while you are still clinging to what must be left outside. There is a version of your walk with me that becomes real only after you choose to stop treating my invitations like optional suggestions and start treating them like the loving guidance of a father who knows exactly what leads to life. And yes, I know this may still feel vulnerable. I know there is a part of you that wants one more layer of certainty. I know there is a part of you that wants to delay until the path feels softer. I know there is a part of you that wants to keep one hand on what is familiar while the other hand reaches toward what is new. But that divided posture is exhausting you. That half-step life is draining your spirit. That constant tension between wanting change and resisting it has worn you down more than you realize. I do not want you living in the doorway anymore. I do not want you living between chapters, between decisions, between identities, between old pain and new promise. I want you fully here, fully yielded, fully honest, fully responsive. So now, because you asked for stronger, command, and invitation language, I am going to speak to you without softening it. Step through. Stop delaying. Stop negotiating. Stop revisiting what I told you to release. Stop waiting for fear to disappear before you obey. Stop asking your past for permission to enter your future. Stop making room for voices I already expose. Stop turning holy moments into postponed intention. Stop treating my peace like a suggestion. Stop standing there. Move. Come to me. Bring your yes. Bring your troubling. Bring the next step and do it. I want you to understand something beautiful before we close this part. The door itself is not the final reward. I am. My presence is. My nearness is. The life I am forming in you is. The freedom I am building in you is. The peace I am teaching you to protect is. The trust that deepens between us when you obey me is. This is not just about getting somewhere new. This is about becoming someone new with me. This is about learning that you do not have to live under the rule of fear, delay, shame, confusion, or old pain anymore. This is about you discovering that my voice is trustworthy, my timing is wise, my peace is real, and my invitations are not empty. This is about you finally learning what it feels like to walk with me in a way that is not half-hidden, half-hesitant, or half-hearted. And I need you to know this too. Once you step through, do not keep looking back as if you left something better behind. You did not. What I asked you to leave was not your life. It was what kept you from fully living it. What I asked you to release was not your identity. That was what distorted it. What I asked you to surrender was not your future. It was the false control that kept you from receiving it. Do not grieve chains as if they were treasures. Do not romanticize the prison once the door is open. Do not keep turning around to admire what I rescued you from. Look at me. Keep your eyes on me. Walk with me. So right now, my beloved child, I want you to make this personal. Do not let this remain poetic. Do not let this remain abstract. Ask me now, Lord, what is my next step through the door? Then wait. Listen. Let me answer. And when I show you, obey without delay. If it is a prayer, pray it now. If it is a release, do it now. If it is a boundary, set it now. If it is a conversation, prepare for it now. If it is repentance, offer it now. If it is surrender, kneel now. If it is trust, breathe and choose it now. Let this become real before the emotion cools and the distractions return. Because I have not brought you this far to leave you in the doorway. I have not opened this door so you can stand outside and study it until the moment loses warmth. I opened it for you to enter. And I am still standing here, not impatient with you, but intentional. Not distant from you, but close. Not uncertain about you, but committed to what I placed inside you. I know the places where you still tremble, and I am not turning away. I know the places where you still doubt, and I am not withdrawing. I know the places where your faith feels small, and I am not disappointed in you. I am simply calling you. Again. Loving me. Clearly. Firmly. Personally. Come now. Take my hand. Answer the invitation. And step through the door now. You have come to the threshold, my child. And even here, there is another step of obedience waiting for you. As you walk through this door, do not come empty-handed. Bring your offering, your seed, your yes. For what you release now becomes part of a greater harvest, a multiplying work that carries my voice into places you will never physically stand. I tell you, honor me with your substance, and your barns will be filled with plenty. This is not separate from your journey. It is part of stepping through. I am calling you now to give through Super Thanks membership with a PayPal link in the description, and to do it with faith, not hesitation. I will cover you, increase you, and cause your obedience to open even greater doors. So come fully, step through, and give now. Before you leave this moment, I want you to do something that makes your faith visible. If this word found you at the right time, go down into the comments and declare it boldly. The door is open for me right now. Do not whisper your agreement with what I just showed you. Write it, own it, and let your spirit come into alignment with what heaven is confirming over your life. And if you are ready to stop standing at the threshold, add this too. I will step through in faith. Let that comment become your act of obedience, your public yes, and your first step through the door I have already opened for you. And as you make that declaration, don't rush through the doorway I have opened without first meeting me there. Every door I open begins with my presence, not your striving. You have said that you will step through in faith, so now let your heart become still enough to receive what I have been waiting to give you. Leave the pressure to perform outside this moment. Lay down the burdens that have followed you from one day to the next. This is not a race to the next task, it is an invitation to rest in the one who opened the way before you. Stay here with me for just a little longer, because before I lead you into what lies ahead, I want to remind you that you have never had to walk through it alone. I am here with you right now. You do not need to strive or search to find me. I am sitting right beside you in this quiet room, closer than the very breath in your lungs. Breathe in my peace right now. Let out that heavy, tired sigh you have been holding deep in your chest all day long. Do you feel that tight knot in your stomach? You know the one. That heavy fear of the future, that crushing pressure at your job, the unspoken, painful tensions in your family, and that deep, quiet feeling of being overlooked by everyone. That knot is not from me. Hand it over to me right now. Let us undo it together. I see the tears you quickly wipe away. I know the exact feeling of working so hard and wondering if anyone even notices your effort. I know this. I see you. You are deeply loved, and you are never forgotten. Listen closely to my voice today. I am speaking directly to your heart right now because something major has shifted. My beloved child, it is confirmed. The door you have been desperately praying about, crying over, and waiting for is open right now. I am the one who opens what no man can ever shut. You have knocked on so many doors until your knuckles were bruised and tired. You have stood outside in the cold, feeling left behind by the world. Your mind has raced with a million anxious questions in the middle of the night. You wondered if I was truly listening to your prayers. I heard every single word. I caught every single tear in my hands. I am the creator of the universe, but I am also your loving Father. I have personally placed my hand on the handle of your future. I have turned the heavy lock. The door is wide open for you. You must understand that the timing of this opening is perfectly orchestrated by my hand. I know you felt delaying and left behind. I know the long waiting felt like a harsh punishment. It was never a punishment. Your season of waiting was a vital season of preparation. I was building your inner strength. I was protecting you from rooms you were simply not ready to enter yet. Look back at those painful delays. You thought they were total denials. They were actually my divine protection wrapping around you. Your path was blocked because the timing was not perfectly right. But now, the time is exactly right. Your moment is here. My clock strikes exactly when it needs to. Your breakthrough is completely confirmed. What does it mean when I tell you it is confirmed? It means the work is already fully finished in the spiritual realm. Your victory is not a maybe. Your new blessing is not a perhaps. It is a done deal. I have signed it with my own hand. Your resources are already released. The favor is already granted. The path is completely cleared. You are looking at your physical reality and only seeing the daily struggle. I am inviting you to look through my eyes. See the finished work. I have already fought the heavy battle for you. I have already pushed back the deep darkness. You are standing firmly on the edge of a brand new day. Step out of the waiting room right now. Move out of the long season of hoping and step boldly into the season of entry. You have spent so much time hoping the door would open that you might not know how to act now that it is. Walk forward. Do not stand at the threshold just staring inside. Walk into the new room I have carefully prepared for you. Leave behind the heavy bags of doubt. Drop the heavy suitcase of your past failures. You will not need them where we are going together. I am inviting you to taste and see that I am truly good. I am commanding you to take your rightful place without fear. Believe me when I tell you that the huge obstacle in your path was merely a temporary veil. It looked like a solid, unmoving brick wall. It felt like a mountain of hard stone. It was just a shadow. It was just a thin curtain waiting to be pulled back. I am pulling back the curtain right now. Do you see the warm light shining through? That is my glory pouring directly into your everyday life. The people who stood in your way, the hard circumstances that tied your hands, the finances that fell short, they were only temporary. They had no real power over your true destiny. I hold all the power. I hold your life safely in my hands. Embrace the authority I give you to step forward without a single hesitation. You are not a beggar asking for leftover crumbs. You are my precious child. You are a royal heir to my entire kingdom. Lift up your head right now. Square your tired shoulders. Walk with the bold confidence of someone who truly knows who their father is. Do not let the world tell you that you do not belong in this new, beautiful space. I put you there. I gave you the keys. I cleared the way. Use your voice. Speak my promises out loud every morning. Command your fear to leave your home. Step into your open door right now and watch how I completely transform your life. I am placing clear markers on your path right now. You have asked me for a sign, begging for a loud voice from the sky or a burning bush to show you the way. I am answering you, but I am doing it in the quiet, undeniable reality of your daily life. Stop looking for chaos and start looking for my peace. Discerning the peace that surpasses understanding is your ultimate green light. You know that familiar panic that usually grips your chest when you face a major decision. Notice how it is subtly absent today. Notice the calm that is settling over your mind right now, even when the bank account still looks tight and the timeline still looks impossible. That quiet, steady calm is my very presence wrapping around you. I am confirming your steps by removing the frantic noise from your spirit. Rest in that deep peace today. Let it be your internal compass. You are beginning to notice the alignment of circumstances that only I could ever arrange. I see your quiet amazement when the right person calls you at the exactly perfect time. I see your eyes widen when an opportunity simply lands in your lap without you having to fight, beg, or scrape for it. Do not call this a simple coincidence. I do not deal in luck. I deal in divine orchestration. I'm moving the hearts of people you have never even met to open gates for you. Pay close attention to the small details lining up perfectly. Hearing my still, small voice echoing through the scriptures you read is another undeniable confirmation. You opened a book, and the words seemed to jump off the page, speaking directly to the secret fear you never told anyone about. That was me. I am whispering to your specific situation, reminding you that I know exactly where you are and exactly where you need to go. Find confirmation, through the mouths of the people around you. I will send 2 or 3 witnesses to speak the very words you needed to hear. A friend will randomly encourage you with the exact phrase you prayed about yesterday. A stranger will offer a passing comment that hits your heart like a lightning bolt of clarity. Listen to them. I am using ordinary conversations to deliver extraordinary directions. You will also experience the sudden removal of heavy burdens that once blocked your path. The heavy obligation that was draining your energy, the toxic relationship that kept you feeling small, that financial trap that felt like a permanent prison. Watch how I dissolve them. I am untying the knots you could not untie yourself. Feel the immense weight lifting off your tired shoulders right now. Embrace the renewed sense of clarity regarding your specific purpose. The fog that has clouded your vision for months is burning away like morning mist under the hot sun. Suddenly, you know exactly what you are supposed to do. You do not have the entire blueprint for the next 10 years, but you have absolute clarity for your very next step. That is all you need. Take that step with holy confidence. Trust the signs I am placing right in front of you. Walk forward knowing that the Creator of the universe is actively clearing the debris from your road. I am turning all the red lights green. Move forward right now. I am calling you to move with a new, powerful urgency. You must understand that my now is entirely different from the world soon. The world tells you to wait endlessly, to keep analyzing, to delay your dreams until conditions are absolutely perfect. I am telling you that the perfect time is right this very second. Prepare your spirit for a sudden, massive shift in your external reality. You have been walking through a slow, grueling season where every single step felt like walking through thick, heavy mud. But the atmosphere has changed. The wind of my spirit is blowing strongly at your back. You must be ready to move quickly when I say go. Do not drag your feet. Do not overthink the miracle I am placing directly into your hands. Grasp it firmly and run. Cast off the heavy lethargy of your past disappointments immediately. I know you are tired. I know you have tried before and failed, and that failure left a deep, painful bruise on your hope. You built a comfortable bed of low expectations because it felt safer than being disappointed again. Get out of that bed right now. Wash your face. Shake off the dust of yesterday's defeats. I am breathing fresh, vibrant life into your weary bones. The importance of your immediate obedience when my spirit moves cannot be overstated. When I nudge your heart to make that phone call, to send that application, or to forgive that person, do it instantly. Hesitation is the thief of your blessing. Your quick obedience is the master key that fully unlocks the open door before you. Recognize that some vital windows of grace require your active, physical participation. I will part the heavy waters of your Red Sea, but you still have to pick up your feet and walk through the dry path. I am providing the miracle, but I require your movement. Do not sit passively on the shoreline expecting the promised land to magically come to you. Step into the water. Trusting that I have prepared the way ahead of your first step is the very definition of faith. You are afraid of what will happen if you put your foot down, and there is no solid ground beneath you. Have I ever let you fall into nothingness? I have always caught you. I have always sustained you. I have already walked into your tomorrow, and I have secured the territory. Leave behind the sluggish mindset of the waiting room. You are no longer waiting for your number to be called. Your name is echoing through the halls of heaven right now. Stand up tall. Breathe in the crisp air of a brand new season. I am injecting supernatural energy into your mind and your body today. Stop looking at the clock and wondering when your life will finally start. Your life is accelerating right now. Line your heartbeat with my divine rhythm. Move when I move, stop when I stop, and step boldly through the door I am holding open for you today. I am completely healing the deep heart sickness caused by your hope being long deferred. I see the quiet ache in your soul. I see the times you forced a smile to congratulate someone else on their success, while silently wondering why your own breakthrough was taking so painfully long. That waiting broke your heart, and I am here to bind up those very specific wounds right now. Let go of the heavy sorrow you have been carrying. I am releasing the painful memory of doors that remain tightly closed in your previous seasons. You still replay those rejections in your mind. You remember the email that said no, the relationship that abruptly ended, the opportunity that slipped right through your fingers. Release those memories to me today. They do not define your future. They were simply closed doors meant to keep you out of rooms where you did not belong. Forgive those who were used as instruments of blockage in your life. You know exactly who I am talking about. The former boss who overlooked your hard work. The friend who betrayed your trust. The family member who spoke cruel, discouraging words over your potential. I am commanding you to release them from your inner courtroom. Do not carry the poison of bitterness into this fresh, clean season. Bitterness will only blind your eyes to the new door I have opened. Drop the heavy stones of resentment you have been gripping in your fists. When you let go of your anger, you create empty hands ready to receive my new blessings. I am breaking the frustrating spirit of almost and not quite entirely over your life today. For years, you felt like you could get right to the edge of success, right to the finish line, only to trip and fall at the very last second. You felt cursed by delays. I declare right now that the cycle of almost is forever broken. You will not just glimpse the promised land, you will physically walk into it and eat its fruit. Acknowledge today that my long delays were actually my divine protections. I was shielding you from premature exposure. I was hiding you in the shadow of my hand until your character was strong enough to sustain the weight of the blessing I was preparing for you. If I had opened the door back then, it would have crushed you. Now it will elevate you. Stand firmly in the beautiful freedom wherewith I have made you free. You are no longer a prisoner to your past timeline. The chains of delay have rusted and snapped. Shake them off your ankles. Walk without the heavy drag of yesterday's failures holding you back. I am restoring the years that the locusts ate. I am speeding up time to compensate for the seasons you spent crying in the dark. Your tears watered the soil of your current harvest. Step out of the shadows of your history. Walk confidently into the warm, bright light of your confirmed future. I want you to realize that this open door is, first and foremost, a deeper access directly to me. You have been praying so hard for the external things, the better job, the financial breakthrough, the healing of a broken relationship. Those things are good, and I am providing them. But do not let the shiny gifts distract you from the giver. The greatest reward of this new season is not the promotion, it is my presence. I am inviting you to come boldly before the throne of grace right now. You do not need to clean yourself up to approach me. You do not need a perfect religious vocabulary. Come to me exactly as you are, sitting in your living room, driving in your car, or resting on your bed. Speak to me plainly. I am tearing the heavy veil that separated your daily, ordinary life from my sacred holiness. You used to think you could only find me in a church building or during a perfect moment of spiritual focus. I am breaking down that wall. I am right there in the messy kitchen while you wash the dishes. I am sitting beside you during the stressful morning commute. I am with you in the quiet, lonely hours of the night when sleep refuses to come. Communing with me in the secret places where you will receive your specific instructions for this open door. I will not shout your strategies over the loud noise of the world. I will whisper them to you in the quiet moments. Make space for the quiet today. Turn off the endless distraction of your screens. Close your eyes and just sit with me. Drink deeply from the well of life that never ever runs dry. You have been trying to satisfy your deep thirst with the stagnant puddles of worldly approval. You chased likes, validation, and the applause of people who do not truly know your soul. It left you exhausted and empty. Stop drinking from those broken cups. Come to my water. I will refresh you in a way that heals you from the inside out. I will fill you with a joy that does not depend on your current bank balance or your job title. Find your truest identity entirely in my love long before you try to find it in your success. The new opportunity ahead of you is wonderful, but it is not who you are. If you build your identity on what you achieve, you will constantly live in fear of losing it. I am telling you today that you are my beloved child. That is your highest title. That is your eternal crown. Whether you succeed wildly or make mistakes along the way, my love for you does not shift a single inch. Ground yourself completely in this unshakable truth. Let my unconditional love be the solid floor beneath your feet as you walk confidently into your new territory. As you rest deeply in the quiet sanctuary of my presence, I invite you to become an open, flowing channel of this very peace to a violently broken world. The door I have confirmed open for you is not meant for you alone. It is meant to shine a blazing, undeniable light into the dark, lonely corners of the earth. I am calling you right now to actively partner with me in this sacred mission by supporting this message through a super thanks, a channel membership, or a PayPal offering. Every seed you boldly plant is fresh oil poured directly into the dying lamps of thousands of weary souls who are desperately waiting to hear my voice today. I speak this living promise over your life. Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running completely over into your lap. I will supernaturally multiply your generous harvest and fiercely protect your household as you champion my word in this urgent, prophetic hour. This is your exact divine appointment to propel this life-saving broadcast forward. Sow your seed right now using the link in the description. Step boldly into the massive flow of my abundance and watch how I open even wider doors for you. Do not walk away from me right now. We have just reached the very threshold of your triumph. If you turn away from this message and wander back into the loud, chaotic noise of the world, my heart will completely break for the massive blessing you are leaving behind. Stay with me. Listen closely. The greatest revelation is yet to come, and it deeply grieves my spirit to see my children settle for tiny crumbs when I am holding out an absolute feast. Do not close this door. Keep listening. I need you to expect sudden resistance as you step into what I have just opened for you. Do not be surprised when the wind starts blowing the moment you cross the threshold. An open door does not mean an empty battlefield. In fact, a new level of blessing will always attract a new level of opposition. You will hear the familiar, ugly whisper of the enemy trying to convince you that you do not belong here. The fiery darts of doubt will fly at your mind, whispering, "It isn't real. You are going to fail. You are an imposter." I command you right now to extinguish those lies immediately. Do not entertain them. Do not invite doubt in for a cup of coffee. Shut the door on those thoughts the second they arrive. You are completely clothed in the full armor I have provided for this exact journey. You are not walking into this new territory naked and defenseless. I have placed the helmet of salvation on your head to protect your racing thoughts. I have strapped the heavy belt of truth around your waist to keep you anchored when the lies swirl around you. Pick up your shield of faith today. Faith is not a passive feeling. It is a heavy, defensive weapon. Hold it up firmly against the sudden panic that tries to grip your chest when you look at the new responsibilities I have given you. Stand incredibly firm on the promises I have written permanently upon your heart. Use my word, as a sharp sword to clear the path of any lingering shadows. When the fear of failure tries to paralyze your feet, open your mouth and speak my truth out loud. Remind the darkness who you belong to. Say it out loud in your empty room. My God is with me. I will not fail. There is massive, supernatural power in your spoken words. You are not a helpless victim waiting for life to happen to you. You are a warrior stepping into a conquered land. Do not let the giants in this new territory intimidate you. They may look tall, but they have no actual power to defeat what I have ordained. Rest deeply in the knowledge that I always go before you as a consuming fire. You do not have to clear the brush, fight the beasts, or pave the road all by yourself. I am walking 10 steps ahead of you, burning away the traps the enemy set for your feet. When you feel overwhelmed by the sheer size of the open door, take a deep breath and look at me. I am standing right beside you. I am holding your right hand. I am infusing your weary arms with divine strength. Do not retreat. Do not shrink back into the safety of the old season. March forward with holy boldness, fully protected, fully equipped, and deeply loved. I know exactly what you are thinking as you look at this open door. You are looking at the new path I have confirmed for you, and your very first thought is about what you lack. I see you checking your bank account with a tight chest. I know the quiet panic that sets in when you wonder how you will ever afford to take this next step. You feel completely undersourced, underfunded, and undersupported. You are wondering how you can possibly walk into this new season when your hands feel so empty. Stop looking at your own empty hands right now. Look at my hands instead. I am the God who owns everything. I have never once called you to a place without already securing the exact supplies you will need when you arrive. Believing that where I lead, I also provide is the core of your faith. I do not send my children into the desert to starve. I send them there to show them how I can make water pour out of a solid rock. Look closely for the hidden manna I have stored up specifically for this journey. You are expecting provision to come through the normal, predictable channels. You are waiting for a standard paycheck, a regular loan, or a typical favor from a friend. I am telling you to broaden your vision today. I have hidden resources along your path that you cannot even see yet. I have positioned people to help you who do not even know your name right now. Trust me for the finances, the favor, and the friendships that this new level requires. You cannot do this alone, and I do not expect you to. I am bringing exactly the right people into your life at the exactly right moment. I am moving the hearts of decision makers to grant you favor that you did not earn. You will receive unmerited assistance because my hand is upon your life. Understand that the open door I have placed before you includes an open heaven for your everyday needs. I am not just opening a door to a new job, a new relationship, or a new ministry. I am opening the windows of heaven to pour out a blessing you will barely have room to receive. You must deliberately shift your mindset right now. Move out of your deep mindset of lack. You have lived in survival mode for so long that you expect everything to run out. You expect the money to dry up, the support to vanish, and the good luck to turn bad. That is the trauma of your past talking, not the truth of your future. I command you to adopt a mindset of my absolute abundance. I have more than enough. I am more than enough for you today. You are about to reap the massive harvest of the seeds you sowed in tears during those long, dry years. I have not forgotten a single sacrifice you made. I remember the times you gave when you had nothing left to give. I remember the nights you served others while your own heart was breaking. Those were not wasted moments. Those were powerful seeds planted deep in the dark soil. Now, the rain of my spirit is falling on your life. The harvest is springing up faster than you can gather it. Open your arms wide. Accept the financial breakthrough. Accept the sudden help. Accept the new relationships. I am paying you back for the hard years. Step forward with total confidence, knowing that your Heavenly Father has already paid the entire bill for the journey ahead of you. I am calling you out of the safe, comfortable boat today. You have stood on the shoreline for years, watching other people step out and experience the miraculous. You have stayed where it was safe, where the ground was solid, and where you knew exactly what to expect every single day. I am telling you that the safety of the shoreline is actually a prison in disguise. I am inviting you to walk upon the waters of the unknown with me. Yes, the waves look high. Yes, the wind feels incredibly strong against your face. But I am standing right here on the water, holding my hand out to you. Take a deep breath right now. Feel your heart pounding in your chest. That is not just fear, that is the holy adrenaline of stepping into your true destiny. I command you to step out of your comfort zone and walk toward me. Refuse to be intimidated by the giants standing in the land I have already given you. You know these giants well. They are the loud voices of imposter syndrome telling you that you are not qualified. They are the intimidating people at your job who look down on you. They are the massive, looming challenges of your new responsibilities that make you feel small and weak. I am telling you today that those giants are nothing compared to the power that lives inside of you. I did not give you a spirit of fear and timidity. I gave you a spirit of power, of love, and of a sound, completely focused mind. Speak my word with the absolute conviction of a beloved child of a king. When the giant of anxiety tries to back you into a corner, open your mouth and declare your victory. Take back the territory in your mind and your life that was previously occupied by deep fear and constant anxiety. For too long, you let worry dictate your daily decisions. You let the fear of failure stop you from applying for the job, starting the business, or having the hard conversation. I am evicting fear from your life today. This new open door requires you to evict the tenant of anxiety that has lived in your head rent-free. Replace those anxious thoughts with my unshakable promises. Demonstrate the raw power of the Holy Spirit through your everyday actions. Do not just talk about faith. Walk it out. Send the email you are afraid to send. Make the phone call you have been putting off. Sign the contract. Take the massive leap. Walk with your head held high today. Stop looking down at your feet. Stop shrinking back to make other people feel comfortable around you. I am your absolute glory and the true lifter of your head. When I place a crown of favor on your head, you do not have the right to look down in false humility. Wear the authority I have given you, on the space I have placed you in. You are not an accident, and you are not an imposter. You are exactly where I designed you to be for such a time as this. March into your new season with a holy boldness that shocks the people who doubted you. I am walking with you, and together we are taking the land. I am watching how you handle the handle of this newly opened door. You have prayed intensely for this exact breakthrough, and now that it is sitting right in front of you, I have a very serious instruction for you. Handle this massive open door with deep humility and the quiet heart of a servant. It is very easy to forget where you came from the moment the sun starts shining on your face. It is incredibly tempting to let the sudden applause of people inflate your pride. I am warning you today to stay completely grounded. Remember the dark nights when you were crying out to me on your bedroom floor. Remember that it was my strong hand, not your own cleverness, that broke the heavy locks. If you carry this new success with pride, it will become heavier than a millstone around your neck. If you carry it with humility, it will become a pair of wings. Seek my wisdom daily on exactly how to manage the incredible increase I am sending into your life right now. You are going to face new decisions you have never made before. You will handle more money, more influence, and more complex relationships. Do not lean on your own limited understanding. Ask me before you sign anything. Ask me before you make a partnership. I will give you the exact blueprint for managing this blessing so that it does not slip through your fingers. Ensure that my glory remains the absolute central focus of your entire progress. When people ask you how you achieved such an impossible turnaround, point them directly to me. Do not take the credit for a miracle you could not have performed on your own. I require you to be completely faithful in the small, seemingly boring details of this new season. You want to make grand moves and huge impacts, but I am watching how you reply to a difficult email. I am watching how you treat the person who cleans the office or the server who brings your food. True stewardship is proven in the shadows, not just on the bright stage. If you are faithful in managing the tiny details, I will trust you with the massive kingdoms. Use your brand new platform, no matter how big or small it is, to lift up the name of my Son. Every room you enter is now a mission field. Every meeting you attend is a divine appointment. Remember constantly that you are simply a clear conduit of my grace to the people around you. I am not blessing you just so you can hoard the comfort all for yourself. I am blessing you so that you can become a massive blessing to someone else who is still trapped in their waiting room. Share your new resources. Share the hard lessons you learned in the dark. Reach your hand backward through the door and pull someone else forward. When you live as an open channel of my generosity, I can pour endless supply through your life. Stay humble, stay incredibly focused, and manage this beautiful gift with hands that are always open to me. I need you to listen very carefully right now, because not every open door you see today is opened by my hand. The enemy is a master of creating very convincing counterfeits. He will present you with an opportunity that looks incredibly shiny, completely logical, and perfectly timed, just to distract you from the actual path I have prepared. I command you to test every single spirit to ensure the path is truly mine. Do not be easily dazzled by a large paycheck or an impressive title if it compromises your character. Reject the quick shortcuts that threaten to diamond your daily walk with me. The world will always offer you an elevator to the top, but it usually requires you to sell a piece of your soul to get on board. Take the stairs with me instead. It takes longer, but your integrity will remain entirely intact when you reach the top. Value my quiet peace far over the loud, temporary glitter of worldly success. Let me give you a very clear way to measure the difference. When I open a door, there may be challenges, but deep down in your stomach, there is a solid anchor of peace. When the world offers a trap, it might look exciting, but you will feel a frantic, rushing anxiety pushing you to make a quick decision. Do not ignore that uneasy feeling in your gut. That is my Holy Spirit waving a bright red flag. Knowing that my doors always lead to life, peace, and eternal fruit is your ultimate protection. The world's gate leads to burnout, exhaustion, and broken families. I will never ask you to sacrifice your health, your marriage, or your sanity to fulfill the calling I have placed on your life. I urge you to wait for my clear amen before committing your precious heart to any new path. You feel the immense pressure from the culture around you. Your friends are asking what you are doing next. The internet is screaming at you to hustle harder and grab every single opportunity before it vanishes. Shut out that frantic noise right now. I am not in a rush, and you do not need to be either. If an opportunity demands that you bypass your time with me to secure it, it is not from me. A true blessing from my hand will always make room for my presence. Rely entirely on the Holy Spirit as your ultimate, unfailing internal compass. I live inside of you. I am navigating your steps from within. When you are sitting in that crucial meeting or reading that confusing contract, pause for just 3 seconds. Take a deep breath. Ask me quietly in your mind, "Father, is this you?" I will answer you. I will make the right choice feel incredibly light, and the wrong choice feel impossibly heavy. Do not be afraid to say no to a good thing so that you have your hands completely free to say yes to the God-ordained thing. Trust my navigation today. I know exactly where the hidden traps are, and I am steering you safely into the clear, open waters of your true destiny. Now that you possess the absolute spiritual clarity to distinguish my heavenly doors from the world's deceptive gates, I am giving you a profound opportunity to guide the lost onto this righteous path. It is time to turn your powerful inner discernment into a physical, world-shaking act of kingdom advancement by locking arms with me today. I personally invite you to fuel this global ministry by offering a super thanks, joining as a member, or sending your generous donation through the PayPal link below. Every single dollar you release is a rushing river of life flowing directly to a parched, terrified soul, pulling them away from the enemy's traps and completely into my eternal truth. I declare over you right now that as you seek first my kingdom and its righteousness, every single resource you need for this new season will be miraculously added to you. Do not treat this as a random moment. This is a prophetic, urgent assignment to fund the massive end-time harvest of souls. I am commanding an unmerited, unstoppable favor over your finances and raising an iron shield around your assets to block the devourer. Plant your seed immediately, claim your confirmed breakthrough, and help me rescue those who are still waiting in the dark. Are you still listening? Please, do not let your fragile attention drift away. It brings a profound, piercing sorrow to my heart when I am pouring out divine, life-saving strategy, only to watch my beloved child turn away before the final, vital instruction is given. The enemy desperately wants you to shut this off right now. Defy him completely. Stay locked in my presence, because the very next words I speak will completely shift the trajectory of your tomorrow. I am drawing you into a deeper, more constant conversation with me today. Do not think that because the door is finally open, you can stop praying. The exact opposite is true. You need me more right now in this new, overwhelming season than you ever did in the quiet waiting room. I command you to maintain a continuous, running dialogue with me as you navigate this open door. You do not need to wait until you are perfectly alone in a silent room to talk to me. Talk to me while you are driving in the heavy traffic. Talk to me while you are standing at the kitchen sink washing the dishes. Bring me directly into the messy, loud, complicated middle of your busy day. I am right there with you, waiting for you to simply acknowledge my presence. Praying in the Spirit is how you will completely access the hidden mysteries and divine strategies for your new tasks. When your mind is totally exhausted and you literally do not know what words to say, let my Spirit pray completely through you. I will give you supernatural solutions to complex problems at your job. I will show you exactly how to handle the sudden tensions in your family. You are not operating on human wisdom anymore. You are tapped directly into the mind of Christ. Intercede heavily for those who will be closely impacted by your sudden movement. As you step forward, things will shift for your spouse, your children, your friends, and your co-workers. Cover them in fierce prayer. Ask me to protect their hearts as your life rapidly changes pace. Use your daily worship as a powerful weapon to keep the atmosphere of your life completely clear. When the pressure of the new responsibilities makes your chest feel tight, turn on a song of praise. Sing out loud in your living room. Worship breaks the heavy chains of stress. It literally changes the invisible atmosphere in your house. It forces the dark clouds of anxiety to immediately scatter. I also invite you to listen far more than you speak in our quiet moments together. You are so used to bringing me a long, desperate list of demands. Today, just sit completely still. Close your mouth. Open your heart. Let me pour my calm, steady voice over your frazzled nerves. Fortify your weary soul every single morning through daily communion with my word. Do not run out the door to conquer your new world on an empty spiritual stomach. You will crash by noon. Open the scriptures. Let my ancient promises anchor your modern problems. The words on those pages are not dead history. They are living, breathing medicine for your anxious mind. They will give you the thick skin and the soft heart you need to survive and thrive in this new environment. I am your ultimate source of energy. Stay plugged directly into me today, and you will never burn out. We are doing this entirely together, step by step, breath by breath. I see the hesitation in your eyes as you look through this open door. You are standing at the edge of a brand new beginning, but I know you are staring down a long, dark hallway, and you cannot see how it ends. You feel the cold draft of the unknown brushing against your face. You are terrified of what happens next. You are wondering if you have what it takes to survive in this new space. Trust my character when you cannot see the end of the hallway. You do not need to know every single detail of the next 10 years. You only need to know the one who holds the next 10 years in his hands. I have already walked through the door ahead of you. I have already visited your tomorrow. I have secured the room. I have prepared the table, and I am standing there waiting for you to arrive. Do not let the fear of what you do not know rob you of the blessing I have clearly confirmed. Replace your exhausting what-if scenarios with firm "I got y'all" declarations right now. I hear the endless loop of worry playing in your mind every night. You ask yourself, what if I fail? What if I look foolish? What if the money runs out? What if this new relationship breaks my heart again? I command you to stop torturing yourself with futures that do not exist. Overwrite those toxic thoughts immediately. Open your mouth and declare, "My God shall supply all my needs. My God shall protect my heart. My God shall not let me fail." When you speak those words, you are building a solid bridge over the deep waters of your anxiety. Find deep comfort in the absolute fact that I change not, even when absolutely everything else around you does. Your job might change, your city might change, your friendships might shift, but I remain the exact same reliable Father I was yesterday. I am the solid rock beneath your feet when the world feels like shifting sand. Rest completely in my sovereignty over every single detail of your future. I am not a careless God who leaves things up to random chance. I have meticulously planned out your steps. I know the exact moment you will need help, and I have already dispatched the angels to deliver it. I see the specific challenges waiting for you next month, and I have already deposited the exact amount of grace you will need to handle them. Let my perfect love cast out every lingering trace of dread inside your chest today. Fear is a cruel master that wants to keep you paralyzed in the hallway forever. My love is a fierce protector that gives you the courage to turn the doorknob and step inside. Take a deep breath right now. Let go of your desperate need to control the outcome. Walk forward with absolute peace, knowing that the God who rules the entire universe is holding your fragile hand. I am doing a deep work inside your chest as you step into this new season. I am ensuring that your innermost desires are being completely shaped by my Holy Spirit. For a long time, you chased things because you wanted to prove your worth to people who did not even care about you. You wanted the promotion to show your critics they were wrong. You wanted a relationship to prove you were lovable. I have gently stripped away those shallow motives. Gain a heart of true wisdom today to perceive exactly why this door is open now. I did not open it yesterday because your heart was not fully ready to handle the weight of it. If I had given you the success you begged for a year ago, it would have fed your ego and starved your spirit. Now your motives are beautifully purified. You are ready to carry my heavy weight of glory without letting it crush your character. Synchronize your heartbeat with the steady rhythm of my grace right now. Do not rush ahead of me, and do not lag behind. When you feel that old, familiar panic telling you to hustle harder, to manipulate the situation, or to force an outcome, I command you to stop. Sit down. Realize that you are no longer operating in the exhausting system of the world. You are operating in my kingdom now. Live in a state of constant, daily surrender to my perfect will. Surrender is not a sign of weakness. It is the ultimate sign of divine strength. It means you are smart enough to let the Creator of the universe drive the car. When you wake up every morning, hand the keys of your life back to me. Say to me, Father, wherever you want to go today, I am coming with you. Celebrate the beautiful fact that your true joy is finally found in my pleasure. You used to find your joy in accumulating things, collecting titles, and seeking applause. Now, you find your deepest satisfaction in simply knowing that I am smiling down at you. This alignment of your heart and my purpose is the true secret to your lasting success. You are no longer fighting against the current of my will. You are floating peacefully upon it. Let my desires become your desires. Let the things that break my heart break your heart. Let the things that bring me joy bring you joy. When your purpose perfectly, completely aligns with my divine plan, absolutely nothing can stop your forward momentum. Step through this open door with a clean heart, a pure motive, and a spirit totally locked in completely with mine. I want you to keep your eyes wide open today, because you are about to watch me do the impossible through the people around you. You are going to watch as I reach down and personally touch the hearts of those who have the power to help you. I am dealing with the decision makers right now. I am speaking to the boss who reviews your application. I am moving the heart of the banker who looks at your loan. I am softening the walls of the people you need to connect with. Get ready to experience what I call unmerited assistance from entirely unexpected sources. People are going to offer you help, and they will not even fully understand why they are doing it. They will say, I normally never do this, but there is just something about you. That something is not luck. It is my divine favor resting heavily upon your shoulders. Position yourself in the right place at the exactly right time. Do not sit at home hiding from the world. Go to the meeting. Make the phone call. Send the polite email. I will orchestrate the divine appointments, but you must show up to the location. You are currently carrying a sweet, invisible fragrance of my presence that draws people directly to the light inside of you. When you walk into a stressful office, people will suddenly feel calm. When you speak in a difficult meeting, people will stop and listen to your voice. They are not just responding to your intelligence. They are responding to my spirit radiating out of you. Find your rightful favor in the eyes of authority figures and earthly gatekeepers. I hold the king's heart in my hand, and I direct it like a watercourse wherever I please. I am directing it toward your specific breakthrough today. Understand deeply that this favor is never meant to be a selfish tool. It is a powerful tool for the immediate advancement of my kingdom on earth. I am elevating you so that you can elevate others. I am giving you a louder voice so that you can speak for those who have no voice. When you walk through this confirmed, open door, look around the new room. Find the person who is struggling. Find the person who is overlooked. Use your new influence to pull them up beside you. My favor is a river that must constantly flow through you, not a pond where it sits and goes stagnant. Accept the help I am sending you today with profound gratitude, and then immediately turn around and become the answer to someone else's desperate prayer. I am speaking over your life right now to proclaim that the long, brutal wilderness has finally served its entire purpose. You know the desert I am talking about. It was the last few years of your life where absolutely nothing seemed to grow. You prayed, and it felt like the sky was made of solid brass. You worked hard, and your bank account stayed incredibly empty. You reached out for friendship, and you found deep, painful isolation. That dry season was not an accident, and it was not a mistake. I led you into the wilderness to speak tenderly to you away from the noise of the crowd. I led you there to burn away your heavy reliance on yourself. Now, the lesson is complete. Leave behind the dry, cracked places of your past immediately. Enter into the lush, rich land of milk and honey I have prepared for you. Wash the heavy dust of the trial off your tired feet and your weary spirit today. You have carried the dirt of the desert for too long. You walk around expecting everything to be a painful struggle. You expect the worst to happen because that is all you have known lately. I command you to scrub that pessimistic expectation out of your mind. I am washing you clean with the fresh water of my word. Enjoy the beautiful, refreshing rain of my spirit falling softly upon your dry ground right now. Do you smell that? It is the scent of wet earth after a long drought. It is the undeniable smell of new life breaking through the hard soil. Your emotional drought is officially over. The heavy sadness that clouded your mornings is lifting right now. The constant exhaustion that weighed down your bones is being replaced with supernatural energy. Thank me directly for the hard, painful lessons you learned in the total isolation of the desert. I know you hated the loneliness. I know you cried in your car when nobody else was watching. But look at how incredibly strong you are now. Look at how deep your faith goes. You no longer rely on the applause of people. You only rely on my voice. You survived the worst the enemy could throw at you, and you are still standing. Now, it is time to step out of the shadows. Step boldly into the lushness of my direct, visible, undeniable blessing. You are about to see fruit on branches that have been bare for years. You are about to drink from streams in the wasteland. Welcome to your new season. As you finally wash the heavy dust of the desert off your feet and step into the lush, confirmed land of my blessing, I am asking you to remember those who are still dying of spiritual thirst. You have tasted the miraculous, refreshing rain of my spirit today, and now I am calling you to become a heavy raincloud of hope for millions of hurting people. Partner with me in this exact, holy moment by offering your financial support through a super thanks, becoming a dedicated member, or giving a gift through PayPal. Your bold offering is the sacred manna that feeds the spiritually starving, and it is the very fire that will ignite a massive, global awakening in human hearts. Remember my unbreakable vow: those who sowed in tears during the dry years will absolutely reap with loud shouts of pure, uncontainable joy. I am issuing a divine acceleration over the seed you sowed today, guaranteeing a supernatural multiplication that will utterly shock your critics and secure your family's future. Step confidently into this urgent, divine appointment to carry my roaring voice across the nations. Release your offering right now using the link in the description, and walk fully empowered into your brand new season of endless abundance. Do not stop walking with me now. We are finally leaving the dry, dusty wilderness together, and it would deeply, intensely wound my heart to watch you sit down right at the very edge of your promised land. If you silence my voice at this exact moment, you are turning your back on the magnificent miracle you begged me to perform. Hold on. Lean in tighter. What I am about to share is the heavy, unshakable anchor your soul desperately needs for what comes next. I make a solemn, unbreakable promise to you today. I will repay you for the years that seemed completely lost. I see the quiet grief you carry about wasted time. You look back at your 20s or your 30s, and you feel a sickening knot in your stomach. You think about the years you spent in the wrong job, the years you wasted on a toxic relationship, the years you lost to depression, anxiety, or addiction. You feel like you are so far behind everyone else in life. You think it is too late to catch up. Listen to me very carefully. I am the creator of time. I am not bound by your earthly calendar. I declare a supernatural multiplication of your impact to completely make up for your long time of waiting. What takes another person 10 years to build, I will help you build in 10 months. I am accelerating your life right now. I am deeply healing the emotional wounds inflicted during your closed-door era. Rejection hurts, and you have faced a mountain of it. Every time a door slammed in your face, it left a tiny cut on your heart. Over time, those cuts turned into a heavy, bleeding resentment. Let me bandage those specific wounds today. The people who rejected you did not see your true value, but I see it clearly. I am bringing breathtaking beauty directly out of the cold ashes of your previous disappointments. The very things that brought you the most intense pain are going to become the foundation for your greatest public testimony. Your darkest nights are producing your brightest mornings. Watch closely as I restore the vital relationships and massive opportunities you honestly thought were dead and buried. I am breathing life back into the dreams you gave up on 5 years ago. I am moving the hearts of people you lost touch with to reach back out to you. I am opening doors that you walked away from because you thought they were sealed shut forever. I am giving you a literal double portion of joy for all of your previous trouble. For every single tear you cried in secret, I am giving you 2 reasons to laugh out loud in public. For every dollar the enemy stole from your family, I am bringing back a multiplied return. Stop mourning over the ashes of yesterday. Open your hands wide right now. Receive the total, overwhelming restoration I am pouring into your lap today. This is your confirmed portion. This is your undeniable right as my beloved child. Take it. I see how incredibly tired you are today. I watch you drag yourself out of bed in the morning, feeling like you have already run a marathon before your feet even touch the floor. I know about the heavy, lingering exhaustion that coffee cannot fix and sleep does not seem to cure. You are looking at the new responsibilities of this open door, and your very first thought is a quiet panic. I simply do not have the energy to do this. Listen to me right now. Stop relying on your own fading, human energy. You have been trying to power your entire life on a battery that is completely drained. I am stepping in today to become your endless, unlimited power source. I command you to plug your weary spirit directly into my divine current. Mount up with wings like eagles right now to soar high over your daily obstacles. You know how an eagle flies through a massive storm. It does not frantically flap its wings in a desperate attempt to fight the heavy wind. That would cause it to exhaust itself and cry. The eagle simply locks its wings and allows the fierce wind of the storm to push it higher into the sky. I am telling you to stop flapping your tired arms. Stop fighting so hard to micromanage every single detail of your life. Lock your faith in my promises. Allow the very winds of the challenges you are facing to lift you higher into my presence. I will give you the supernatural ability to run the incredibly demanding race I have set before you without ever growing weary. Find absolute comfort in the fact that my grace is completely sufficient for every new responsibility I hand you. When you step into this new office, when you take on this new project, or when you navigate this new relationship, you will feel completely out of your depth. You will feel weak. I want you to embrace that feeling of weakness. Do not hide it from me. Do not pretend you have it all perfectly figured out. Your human weakness is the exact, perfect canvas I need to display my miraculous power to the world. When you are strong, you get all the credit. When you are weak and you still succeed, the entire world knows that I am the one carrying you. I am actively strengthening you deep within your inner man by the sheer power of my Holy Spirit. I am reinforcing your emotional spine right now. I am clearing the heavy brain fog that makes it so hard for you to focus. I am replacing that sluggish, heavy feeling in your limbs with a fresh, vibrant, holy energy. Walk forward today with your shoulders pulled back. Take on the heavy tasks you have been avoiding. Have the difficult conversation you have been dreading. Tackle the massive project that scares you. You are no longer operating on your own limited, fragile human strength. You are being propelled forward by the very creator of the universe. Breathe in my strength right now and step powerfully into your new day. I need to warn you about a very dangerous trap that sits just inside your newly opened door. It is the trap of complaining about the very blessing you begged me to provide. I have seen you cry desperate tears on your living room floor, asking for a breakthrough. But I also know human nature. I know that the moment I give you the new job, you might start complaining about the early commute. I know that when I provide the new home, you might start grumbling about the heavy cleaning. I command you right now to absolutely refuse to grumble about the work required to maintain your new blessing. Do not let a spirit of complaint ruin the beautiful harvest you have waited so long to reap. Open the door to your future even wider today through the master key of sincere, continuous thanksgiving. Gratitude is not just a polite habit. It is a heavy, spiritual weapon. When you wake up in the morning, before you check your phone, before you worry about your daily tasks, open your mouth and say, "Thank you, Father." Say it out loud. Build a solid throne for me directly in the center of your messy living room through your genuine worship. I do not need a grand cathedral to dwell in. I inhabit the simple, honest praises of my people. When you sing to me while you are washing the dishes, you are inviting my thick, protective presence to cover your entire household. Recount my marvelous works frequently to the people who surround you. When a friend asks you how you are doing, do not immediately launch into a list of your stresses and complaints. Tell them what I have done for you. Tell them how I provided the money when your bank account was empty. Tell them how I healed your mind when you were trapped in deep darkness. Your testimony is the absolute strongest tool you possess to break the chains off someone else's life. Maintaining a loud hallelujah in your spirit, regardless of the daily weather, is your greatest defense against the enemy. Recognize today that a thankful heart is a heart that stays permanently open to me. When you focus entirely on what is wrong, your heart closes up tight, and your vision becomes incredibly narrow. When you deliberately focus on my goodness, your heart expands and you can see the endless possibilities I am placing in front of you. I know the work is hard right now. I know the new season requires far more from you than the waiting room did. But look at where you are. Look at how far I have brought you. Do not let the minor irritations of your daily routine blind you to the massive miracle you are actively living inside of. Lift up your hands right now. Take a deep breath and thank me for the beautiful, complicated, wonderful open door you are standing in. I need you to stay incredibly vigilant today, because not everyone who smiles at you is truly celebrating your open door. As soon as you step into this new season of confirmed blessing, you will encounter people who immediately try to pull you backward. I am calling them exactly what they are, wolves waiting right at the threshold. They may look like friends, they may be familiar coworkers, or they may even be close family members, but they carry a subtle, toxic spirit that is designed to steal your hard-earned peace. I command you to recognize these clever distractions instantly. Notice the cynical comment disguised as a joke. Notice the passive-aggressive advice meant to make you doubt your decisions. Do not let their poison sink into your spirit. protect the precious pearls of my deep revelation from those who simply will not value them. You are so excited about what I am doing in your life that you want to share your big dreams with everyone you meet. Stop doing that. I am telling you to guard your heart and guard your tongue. Do not share your fragile, God-given dreams with shallow, cynical people who will only mock them. Keep the secret things between you and me until the time is completely right to reveal them. Ask me daily for the specific gift of spiritual discernment so you can clearly see right behind the polite masks that people wear. I will show you who is truly for you and who is secretly hoping that you fail. Keep your sharp focus entirely on me rather than the loud, chaotic noise of your critics. It hurts deeply when people misunderstand your motives or gossip about your sudden success. Your first instinct is to aggressively defend yourself, to write a long post explaining your side, or to confront them in anger. I command you to drop your weapons immediately. Trust me to be your ultimate vindicator and your fiercely loyal rear guard. You do not need to fight every single battle you are invited to. You do not have the time or the energy to convince small-minded people of your great calling. Let them talk. While they are busy talking about you, you stay busy walking with me. Your continued, undeniable success will be the only argument you ever need. Let my presence be an impenetrable shield around your mind. When the bitter words of jealous people try to loop in your head at night, command them to leave. Say out loud, I do not accept the judgment. I only accept the judgment of my Father. Walk past the wolves with your head held high. Do not engage them. Do not fear them. They cannot close a door that I have firmly locked open for you. Keep your eyes locked perfectly on mine, and keep walking straight forward. I want you to finally settle deeply into the quiet, unshakable confidence that you are exactly where you belong. Look around at your life today. Look at the open door I have placed you in. You are not an accident. You did not sneak in through the back door. You belong in this room. I command you right now to totally release the frantic striving and the exhausting hustle of the world's broken ways. You have spent years running on a hamster wheel, terrified that if you stopped for even 1 minute, you would lose everything you worked for. You're off the wheel right now. You do not have to fiercely protect a blessing that I have permanently secured for you. Know with absolute certainty that my detailed plans for you are only for your good, and never for your evil. You hold your breath constantly, waiting for the other shoe to drop. You think that because things are finally going well, a massive disaster must be waiting just around the corner. That is the trauma of your past lying to your future. I am telling you that you can actually trust the good things happening to you right now. You can sleep completely soundly tonight because the Watchman of Israel never, ever slumbers. Put your phone down. Stop checking your emails at 2 in the morning. Stop trying to control the universe while I am trying to let you rest. Close your eyes and let me take the night shift. Enjoy the incredible stability of a life that is built firmly upon the rock of ages. The economy will always go up and down. Culture will continuously shift. People's opinions of you will change with the wind. But your foundation is completely unmovable. When the storms of daily life hit your house, and they will, you do not need to panic. You are not built on the shifting sand of human approval or financial status. You are built on my eternal word. Find your deep shalom, my perfect, whole, undisturbed peace, right in the very middle of a chaotic, loud world. Peace is not the absence of trouble. Peace is the absolute certainty of my powerful presence in the middle of the trouble. When the office is in an uproar, you stay calm. When the family is arguing, you carry the atmosphere of heaven into the room. Let your shoulders drop right now. Release the tension in your jaw. Take a long, deep breath. You have finally arrived at your confirmed destiny. You do not need to fight for a seat at the table anymore. I have already pulled out the chair for you. Sit down, rest in my love, and enjoy the beautiful peace I have freely given you today. Now that your weary soul is completely anchored in the unshakable, confirmed peace of your true destiny, I am inviting you to quickly throw a lifeline to those who are still drowning in chaos. The profound shalom you are experiencing right now is a breathtaking gift that is meant to be aggressively shared with a terrified, scrambling world. I call upon you today to directly fuel this life-saving rescue mission by sowing a super thanks, joining as a channel member, or sending your generous kingdom gift through PayPal. Your financial seed is a blazing torch of my living truth, carrying the absolute certainty of my fierce love to broken minds in their darkest, most desperate hours. I speak this living scripture over your bank account. Whoever brings refreshing water to others will themselves be abundantly and permanently refreshed. Because you are choosing to honor me in this incredibly urgent, prophetic hour, I am placing an impenetrable hedge of fiery protection around your health, your family, and your future wealth. Do not let this holy, world-changing moment pass you by while the massive harvest is incredibly ripe. Give your seed right now through the link provided below and establish your eternal legacy of kingdom generosity. We are so incredibly close to the finish line, my precious child. Do not abandon this sacred, divine conversation. It grieves me to the core when the children I love so fiercely grow distracted and walk out of my throne room just as I am lifting the heavy crown to place it on their heads. Keep listening. I am about to permanently seal your future, and I need your heart completely open, fully surrendered, and desperately hungry for these final words. I want you to look far beyond your own life today. Realize right now that this open door does not just belong to you. It dramatically affects your children, and it will deeply impact their children long after you are gone. You think you are just making a decision about a job, a move, or a relationship. I am telling you that you are making a massive decision about your family's eternal legacy. When you bravely step through this door, you are holding the invisible hands of the generations coming right behind you. I am using your obedience right now to aggressively break the dark generational curses that have haunted your bloodline for decades. The heavy curse of poverty stops with you. The painful cycle of abuse stops with you. The silent disease of addiction stops with you. The paralyzing spirit of fear that kept your parents and grandparents trapped in smallness will not touch your children. I am firmly establishing permanent generational blessings through your courageous steps today. I am commanding you to actively model a beautiful life of faith for the little eyes that are constantly watching you. Your children do not just listen to what you say about me. They watch exactly how you react when the pressure is on. Show them what it looks like to trust me when the bank account is low. Show them how to pray fiercely when the doctor gives a bad report. Invest the rich fruit of this new season into things that hold absolute, eternal value. Do not just use this new open door to buy more temporary things that will eventually rust and break. Use your new influence, your new finances, and your new stability to build my kingdom. Leave a blazing trail of light for others to safely follow directly toward my heart. When you eventually leave this earth, I do not want your legacy to just be a pile of money or a list of earthly achievements. I want your legacy to be a roadmap that leads your family straight to my throne. You are actively building a rich heritage of faithfulness that will easily outlast your short time on earth. Every time you choose to forgive instead of hold a grudge, you are laying a brick in that foundation. Every time you choose integrity over a quick shortcut, you are pouring solid concrete for your children to stand on. Look at your hands right now. These are the hands I am using to rewrite the history of your entire family. Do not take this immense responsibility lightly, but do not let it crush you either. I am giving you the exact wisdom, the deep patience, and the boundless love you need to be the powerful cycle breaker your family has been waiting for. Step through the door. Change their future forever. I am looking closely at your daily routine, and I see how quickly your inner tank drains to completely empty. You wake up in the morning already feeling like yesterday's heavy problems are sitting heavily on your chest. You pour your coffee. You look at your schedule, and a quiet wave of mental exhaustion washes over you before the sun is even fully up. I know you are desperately trying to survive on the stale energy of last week's victories. I am telling you today that you cannot sustain the beautiful demands of this new open door using old, leftover power. I invite you right now to seek my fresh oil every single day to keep your lamp burning bright. Think about the engine of your car. Without fresh oil, the moving parts create massive, destructive friction until the entire engine violently locks up. Your soul works exactly the same way. When you run out of my spirit, every conversation feels like friction. Every minor setback feels like a massive disaster. Every email feels like a personal attack. I command you to stop grinding your gears. Come to me every morning and ask for the fresh oil of my presence to smooth out the rough edges of your demanding day. I need you to stay incredibly pliable in my hands right now as I mold you for much greater things. When clay sits out in the harsh elements for too long, it becomes brittle, dry, and impossible to shape without shattering. The stress of your 30s and 40s, the endless bills, the aging parents, the demanding children, the complex career moves, has a way of making your spirit incredibly brittle. You become rigid in your opinions and entirely resistant to sudden change. I am pouring the living water of my spirit over your dry, hard heart today to soften you again. I am transforming you through the constant, daily renewing of your mind. Shut off the endless, toxic cycle of the 24-hour news feed. Stop scrolling through the curated, fake lives of strangers on your phone right before you go to sleep. Those things are dumping polluted, anxious garbage directly into your mind. Replace the toxic noise with my quiet, steady truth. Let my word wash your brain clean of the world's frantic panic. Allow the deep river of life to flow powerfully through you to a deeply thirsty world. You are not a stagnant reservoir. You are meant to be a rushing river. When you allow my spirit to continuously flow into you, it naturally flows out of you. You will find yourself suddenly having the exact right words to say to a grieving friend. You will find a supernatural, bottomless patience for your difficult teenager. You will experience the beautiful new thing I am doing even while it is yet springing forth from the dark soil. You not get stuck living in the glory days of what I did for you 10 years ago. I am actively moving in your life right now, this very second. Stay intimately current with the powerful move of my spirit in this exact hour. I am updating your spiritual software to handle the complex challenges of your modern life. Yield to the upgrade. Let me completely renew your tired mind, revive your wearied body, and restore the passionate joy of your daily salvation. I am watching a very specific temptation creep into your heart right now, and we must address it immediately. You have prayed so hard for this breakthrough. You fought through the long, lonely nights. You survived the brutal desert, and you finally stepped through the open door. Now that you are here, the bills are paid, the crisis has passed, and your life has finally found a comfortable rhythm. I see the dangerous desire to just pitch your tent, sit down, and go to sleep. I command you to absolutely refuse to settle for good enough when I have clearly promised you my absolute best. There is a heavy, paralyzing spirit of stagnation that loves to attack my children right after they win a major victory. It whispers to you, "You have done enough. Just coast from here. Do not try anything new because you might fail and lose what you have built." I am telling you that coasting is just another word for slowly dying. You cannot park your car in the middle of the highway of your destiny. Push completely past your cozy comfort zone today to reach the ultimate fullness of your divine calling. Your comfort zone is a beautiful place, but absolutely nothing grows there. I did not give you this open door so you could turn it into a comfortable recliner. I gave it to you as a launching pad. Shake off the heavy, warm blanket of complacency that often follows a major life breakthrough. It is time to wake up, stretch your spiritual muscles, and ask me, Father, what is our next massive target? Keep your eyes completely locked on the prize of the high calling in Christ Jesus. Your career is not your highest calling. Your bank account balance is not your highest calling. Your highest calling is to look more like me and to drag as much of heaven down to earth as you possibly can before your time runs out. I am calling you to advance relentlessly from glory to glory and from faith to faith. Notice that I did not say from glory to a comfortable plateau. When you master one level of your life, I will instantly introduce a new, complex challenge to force you to rely on me all over again. Do not complain when the new challenge arrives. It is the very proof that I trust you with more. Remember constantly that the open door you just walked through is merely a path, not your final destination. You are a pilgrim on a journey, not a settler building a permanent fortress. There is so much more territory for you to conquer. There are so many more people for you to profoundly impact. There are depths of my love you have not even begun to fathom yet. Do not let the spirit of midlife stagnation convince you that your best days are trapped in your past. I declare to you today that your most powerful, impactful, and beautiful days are staring you right in the face. Pick up your feet right now. We are moving higher. I know exactly how profoundly lonely you have felt lately. As you have stepped into this new season of growth and confirmed blessing, you have noticed the crowd around you getting much smaller. Some people could not handle your growth. Some people became jealous of your open door. Because of that, you have built a massive, thick wall around your heart. You have decided it is much safer to do life entirely alone. You think to yourself, it is just me and God against the world. I am telling you today that this isolated mindset is a dangerous trap. I command you to deliberately connect with the body of believers to support the massive weight of the blessing I have placed on you. You cannot carry this heavy load by yourself. Even a massive, strong bridge requires multiple, deeply grounded pillars to hold up the weight of the traffic. You need solid, faithful friends to help hold up your arms when the spiritual battle grows too intense for you to stand alone. Share your unvarnished, authentic testimony to encourage the weary and the heavy-laden people around you. Do not just show them your shiny new trophy, show them the deep, ugly scars you got while fighting for it. When you sit across from someone who is currently crying in their own waiting room, look them directly in the eye and tell them exactly how close you came to giving up. Tell them how I rescued you at the absolute last possible second. Your raw honesty is the exact medicine their bleeding heart needs to survive another night. Find your specific place of humble service within the household of faith. You are not too important, too busy, or too successful to serve others. I, the creator of the stars, wrapped a towel around my waist and washed the filthy feet of my friends. I expect you to do the exact same thing. I am calling you to be a Barnabas today, a true son or daughter of profound encouragement to those who are still desperately waiting for their door to open. The world is completely starved for genuine encouragement. People are drowning in criticism, judgment, and constant comparison. I invite you to be the completely safe harbor where people can dock their broken ships and find absolute rest. Walk in pure unity with the specific individuals I have strategically placed alongside you. Do not look for perfect people because they do not exist. Look for broken, forgiven people who are desperately trying to follow my voice, just like you are. Forgive their clumsy mistakes quickly. Overlook their minor offenses instantly. I am actively strengthening the thick cords of unconditional love that bind my family together. When the world looks at how fiercely you love and protect the people around you, they will instantly recognize that you belong to me. Step out of your safe, lonely fortress today. Reach out your hand. We are going to finish this race completely together. I am standing right here with you at the very edge of the threshold. Look closely at the open door standing directly in front of you. Do you see the warm light pouring out of it? Do you feel the fresh, clean wind of a brand new season blowing across your face? The heavy lock is completely broken. The enormous hinges are permanently pushed back. The path is completely cleared of the massive boulders that used to block your way. Receive my final, unbreakable blessing right now as you physically cross the threshold today. I am breathing absolute peace into your racing mind. I am injecting supernatural courage straight into your tired veins. The knot of anxiety that lived in your stomach for years is permanently untied. You are entirely free. You are completely forgiven. You are deeply, unconditionally, and furiously loved by the Creator of the universe. I want you to know, down in the very marrow of your bones, that I am with you always, even unto the absolute end of the age. When you step into this new room tomorrow morning, and the overwhelming reality of your new responsibilities hits you, do not panic. Do not look for the nearest exit. Just look directly over your right shoulder. I will be standing right there. I will never leave you abandoned in a room I called you to enter. Commit your daily way entirely to me, for I am absolutely faithful to perform every single thing I have promised you. When your human strength completely fails, my divine grace will seamlessly take over. When your human wisdom runs dry, my divine strategy will instantly flood your mind. You do not have to be perfect to succeed in this new season. You only have to stay completely connected to me. The divine confirmation is permanently sealed in the courts of heaven. The enemy cannot appeal the decision. Your past cannot suddenly drag you backward. The path is crystal clear, and the appointed time is right now. Do not wait for another sign. Do not ask for another confirmation. You have everything you need packed safely inside your spirit. The waiting room is completely empty, and the door is locked behind you. You can't go back to who you used to be. Go forth directly into your beautiful destiny in the powerful, matchless name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Walk with the holy swagger of a royal heir who knows exactly who their father is. Speak to the mountains in your way and watch them flatten into roads. Amen and amen. The long, dark night of your waiting is completely finished, and your brilliant, beautiful morning is just beginning. Now, my precious child, take a deep breath, lift up your head, and step straight through the door. As you physically cross this glorious threshold and step straight into the breathtaking reality of your confirmed open door, I invite you to leave a monumental, unforgettable mark of your gratitude. Your future is permanently unlocked, and I am asking you to hand the master key of my gospel to the lost, broken souls crying out in the dark by supporting this divine broadcast through a super thanks, a channel membership, or a PayPal donation. Every single dollar you bravely release is a mighty wrecking ball smashing through the heavy prison doors of depression, setting my captive children completely free. I speak this living truth directly into your spirit today. Honor the Lord with your wealth and your first fruits, and your barns will instantly burst with an uncontrollable, overflowing harvest. As you answer this fierce, prophetic call to fund the Great Commission, I release an aggressive, hundredfold multiplication over your finances and a total, unstoppable favor upon your new path. This is not a coincidence. It is your ultimate divine appointment to literally change eternity for someone watching tomorrow. Let your giving be the very first victorious step you take inside your new promised land. Click the link in the description to sow your seed right now, and go forth to conquer in my mighty name. I have permanently unlocked your future, but you must take the final step to boldly claim it in the physical realm. I invite you to seal this divine confirmation right now by using your own voice. Go down into the comments below and type this powerful declaration of faith. My door is completely open, and I am stepping through today. When you write those words, you are not just leaving a message. You are striking a fatal blow to the heavy chains of your past delays. Let the enemy see your unshakable faith, and watch how I immediately honor your courageous obedience. Claim your confirmed destiny right now, for we are crossing this beautiful threshold entirely together. Amen.